Liz Baker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm proud to see this government's improvements to GP services making a real difference locally, with over 2,000 more GPs hired and new investment already reaching practices like Jenner House Surgery in Farnborough. However, many of my older and more vulnerable constituents still tell me they're struggling to get through on GP phone lines, especially as more practices move online. What steps is the Secretary of State taking to ensure phone lines remain accessible for those who rely on them so that everyone benefits from our NHS health plan?
Well, Mr Speaker, you couldn't script it. We've got a doctor in the House whose phone was alive as this very issue was raised by my honourable friend. Such is the commitment of doctors in our NHS to be available to patients wherever and whenever they are needed. This Labour government was elected on a pledge to end the 8 a.m. scramble, and that is exactly what we're doing. We know that not everyone wants to contact their practice online. That's why practices must offer patients the option to telephone or visit in person in addition to online access. But I do want to thank GPs up and down the country for the work they're doing, the progress we're making in improving online access, improving access generally, and improving patient satisfaction. Lots done, lots to do.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In Buckinghamshire, the number of qualified GPs has risen by 8% in the last year, thanks to this government's determination to recruit and retain more GPs. It's a great start, but I still hear from too many people in Aylesbury who can't get through to their GP surgery or can't get a quick enough appointment when they do. My constituent Jane, whose husband had suffered a stroke, was advised he needed a GP appointment the next day, but it took her a month to get it. I know my right honourable friend is determined to keep improving access to primary care for people in Aylesbury and across the country, so can he set out his next steps?
I certainly can. And can I just say to my honourable friend, I'm sorry her constituent was let down. Everyone who needs a same-day appointment should be able to book one, and that's what we're working towards. As she says, we are recruiting more GPs. We're also investing £102 million to create additional space for appointments, including in 21 GP practices in my honourable friend's local ICB system. But nowhere is the state of the NHS and the crumbling legacy we inherited more evident than in the NHS estate, and that's why I'm proud that in her budget the Chancellor will be setting out plans to roll out a new generation of neighbourhood health centres to deal with the crumbling NHS we inherited and to build an NHS fit for the future.
Can't be possible, we've not had the budget yet. Dr. Keir Mullen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There are a number of exciting opportunities for extended GP premises in my constituency. Places like Martin's Oak in Battle, Little Common in Old Town and Oldwood in Robertsbridge. One of the major challenges is the rates that the NHS district valuer is willing to offer for construction sites. It just has not kept up with construction inflation that we've seen across all sectors of construction. I did have a meeting with the Primary Care Minister previously. It was very helpful to kind of start discussions, but we haven't really made the progress that we need to. Can we have a further meeting and can the Secretary of State outline what he's going to do to make sure district valuers are offering rates that can allow constructions to go ahead?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for raising some of the practical challenges that stand in our way to improving and expanding the primary care estate. We are looking into the issues that he raised, and we want to make sure that we can modernise the estate as effectively and quickly as possible. And no doubt when there is progress to report, my honourable friend will be in touch.
Lisa Smart.
Mr Speaker, over the summer my team and I conducted a health survey across my constituency, and 40% of those living in the most deprived and the most urban parts of my patch, Heatherley, Littlemore, Greatmore, were really struggling to access GPs. What more can the Secretary of State do to ensure that urban and deprived communities get their fair share of GP access?
I'm grateful to the honourable member for her question, and I'm sure her constituents will have noticed what an assiduous and active Member of Parliament she's been, actively soliciting their views. I hope that they and she will find it reassuring to know that we are taking action to deal with the very inequalities she raised. The Royal College of GP found that in the poorest parts of the country there are an extra 300 patients per GP, and it cannot be right that the poorest parts of the country receive the poorest services too. That's why we are reforming the Carhill formula so that deprivation is the driver of funding and prioritisation, and that will help us to improve services for everyone, but also to tackle the gross health inequalities that blight our society.
Ms Twist.
Question 2, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, too many people are waiting too long for mental health support. Since coming to office, this government has put mental health services on the road to recovery. We promised 8,500 more mental health staff by the end of the Parliament. We've already recruited 6,500. We're introducing the first 24/7 mental health crisis support services through NHS 111, and we have rolled out mental health support to schools and colleges across the country, providing help to 5 million children and young people.
Ms Twist.
After 14 years of Conservative government, our mental health system is still suffering from the strain. Rethink Mental Illness. Rethink Mental Illness have reported that there are now 12 times as many people waiting for mental health treatment than for physical health. Nearly 1/3 of people surveyed attempted suicide whilst waiting, while 1 in 5 lost their job. Can the Minister tell me what this government is doing to tackle those long waits and to offer support to people before they reach crisis point?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, can I start by thanking my honourable friend for all the tireless work that she does to improve the lives of people living with mental illness and to prevent suicide. Mr Speaker, the 10-year health plan is going to build on the work already done to reduce waiting lists, including an extra £688 million of real terms investment this year, hiring more staff and expanding talking therapies for an extra 380,000 patients. In addition, she will know that the Mental Health Bill to modernise legislation is also in its final parliamentary stages and will make a significant impact on the lives of those living with mental illness.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My APPG on eating disorder recently published a report on preventing eating disorder-related death, which highlighted that eating disorders are not accurately recorded on death certificates. I was promised an update from the Minister for Women's Health and Mental Health over 2 months ago, but I'm yet waiting to receive it. How much longer do I have to wait?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I'm genuinely sorry the Honourable Lady has not received the reply that she is entitled to. I will look into this myself and take it up with my ministerial colleague and ensure that her reply is expedited in the fashion that should have been in the first place.
Thomas.
Number 3, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thanks to our investment and modernisation of the NHS, the Government is putting cancer services on the road to recovery by opening up CDCs on evenings and weekends, building new surgical hubs and investing in new radiotherapy machines. We're diagnosing cancer faster and treating it sooner. And this year, an extra 193,000 patients received a timely diagnosis or the all clear compared to the previous year. And pleased to report that cancer services in North West London rank amongst the best performing in England, and we're committed to further improvement.
My honourable friend for that answer. Northwick Park Hospital is the acute hospital that serves my constituents, and it benefits from having excellent cancer clinicians there. They are determined to go even further to improve the speed of diagnosis and the quality of support for those diagnosed with cancer, and are developing plans for a cancer centre at Northwick Park Hospital. So I wondered if my honourable friend would be willing, as part of the rollout of the National Cancer Plan, to come and visit and meet with those clinicians, and perhaps to bring the Secretary of State's chequebook along with her.
Minister.
As my kids would say, that's a bit boomer, Mr Speaker, but I take the point. I mean, the honourable member is a tireless campaigner for Northwick Park and in serving his constituents, a long campaigner for improving cancer services. Any reconfiguration, changes to services do need to be clinically led by local decision makers following improvement with patients and stakeholders, and I'm sure my honourable friend will be very happy to meet with him as she's developing the cancer plan to look at services in his constituency.
Come ahead.
Speaker, Mount Vernon Hospital is obviously a cancer specialist hospital in North West London as well. But given the recent closure of the Mount Vernon Urgent Care Centre and the delay to the new Watford General Hospital until at least 2032, both of which I previously raised in the Chamber, uncertainties regarding the future of Hemel Hempstead Hospital now looks to further restrict access to vital healthcare services for my constituents. Will the Health Secretary, will the Minister tell me what steps she is taking to ensure that my constituents receive the adequate access to healthcare they deserve?
Presumably at this particular hospital.
Mount Vernon is next door.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. And as the question alludes to, it's about services across North West London and the ICB. Clearly, we are working with all ICBs to make sure that they in turn work with local members of Parliament about service configuration. Is a matter for them to determine. I have spoken to the Honourable Gentleman previously. We are determined to make sure that we have the best services for people in their local populations based on clinical need. Today I've been talking about neighbourhood health services, for example. So as we develop the health service plan, as we put right the mistakes of the past in getting the new hospital programme onto a sustainable footing, all of this will be considered in the round. I'm very happy to keep talking with the Honourable Gentleman.
Speaker.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In England, for the first time in 15 years, waiting lists are falling. Through record investment and modernisation, we've cut backlogs by more than 230,000, and we smashed our target for additional appointments in our first year, delivering more than 5 million. There's a long way to go, but the NHS in England is on the road to recovery. Unfortunately, in Scotland, the SNP can't seem to get the car started.
Let's do it.
Mr Speaker, while the NHS is on the road to recovery in England, thanks to the investment of this Labour government, there are 61,000 patients in NHS Ayrshire and Arran on a waiting list for treatment, almost 11,000 of these currently over 1 year. Would the Minister agree with me that, after record levels of funding for Scotland in the last budget, people in my constituency should be asking the First Minister and his government, where's the money gone, John?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. More patients are waiting a year for treatment in Scotland than the entire southwest of England. And thanks to just in Ayrshire and Arran, excuse me, it's that shocking. More patients waiting a year for treatment there than the entire southwest of England. And thanks to the investment the Chancellor has made, Scotland has received an extra £1.5 billion this year and £3.4 billion next year, the biggest funding increase since devolution. Labour is cutting waiting lists in England. Labour is cutting waiting lists in Wales. Why is the SNP failing where Labour is succeeding?
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State has failed to end industrial action like he said he would. How is that helping reduce waiting lists?
Mr. Speaker, industrial action sets back our progress on waiting lists, but frankly, given the absolute mess that they presided over, and not just over the course of 14 years where waiting lists rose every single year during the Conservatives' time in power, but also their catastrophic mishandling of industrial relations. We came in, we settled with the BMA with a 20...
Order. Mr Fox, you were the last voice I heard. I want to hear what the Secretary of State's got to hear. If you don't want to, you can go and get a cup of tea with pleasure. Come on.
Mr Speaker, we came in, we settled with the resident doctors with a 28.9% pay rise. And it should be clear to them from the questions opposite and the extent to which they have opposed a pay rise for not just resident doctors but for NHS staff more generally. There is not a more pro-NHS, pro-doctor, health secretary or government waiting in the wings. It's either the Conservative Party that lumbered the NHS in this crisis in the first place or the Reform Party that don't believe in the NHS at all.
Dr Caroline Johnson, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I'd first like to say I'm sorry that the Minister for Public Health and Prevention is unwell and would like to convey to her the best wishes of this side of the House. Mr Speaker, I'd like the Secretary of State to consider a patient who's waited a year for a procedure. Then after 3 waiting list validation calls, agrees finally to see the consultant to check that the procedure is still necessary. If the consultant agrees that it is, do the government figures show that patient is waiting for a year or a much shorter period?
Mr Speaker, a clock stop would be in place from the moment the patient saw the consultant. And the reason why we've had to do waiting list validation is because in addition to driving waiting lists up, the party opposite provided over a total shambles where patients were often waiting in duplicate slots on the waiting list, patients were often removed from waiting lists unnecessarily, or patients were also waiting far too long. That is the mess we inherited from the party opposite. It's no use shadow ministers heckling from the sidelines. When they had the chance, they drove waiting lists up and they drove the NHS into the abyss.
He doesn't seem entirely sure, Mr Speaker. Perhaps he can write to us with an answer. Well, as someone on the waiting list myself, Mr Speaker, I do hope that he is correct. The waiting list for procedures and operations requiring day cates or overnight admission are both rising and higher than they were a year ago. Orthopaedic surgery waiting lists are up, yet this government scrapped our major condition strategy and say they've no plans for a musculoskeletal condition framework. Gynecology surgery waiting lists are up, yet the government scrapped and are now reviewing the women's health strategy. Wait for procedures and operations in ophthalmology, general surgery, urology and gastroenterology are going up too. When is he going to grip the surgical waiting lists?
Yes, exactly. So stay.
I honestly, Mr. Speaker, cannot believe the brass neck of the Conservative Party that led to the longest waiting times and lowest patient satisfaction in the history of the National Health Service. The best news I can offer the Shadow Minister and others like her waiting on a waiting list is that we have a Labour government that is reducing waiting lists for the first time in more than 15 years.
Shelley James.
Question number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we inherited a crumbling NHS estate and many hospitals, including Doncaster Royal Infirmary, in a state of despair, thanks again to that shocking record of the last 14 years. When I visited Doncaster Royal Hospital, I saw firsthand the outstanding care staff are providing despite significant infrastructure challenges, and that's why the government supported Doncaster and Basild's Trust with £19.8 million in national funding to redevelop the critical care unit and another £3.2 million from the Estate Safety Fund for fire safety works. We've also provided 9 years of certainty for maintenance budgets, allowing Trust to plan strategic and deliver further improvements.
Sir James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister outlined, Doncaster was badly let down under the previous administration when, after much fanfare and promise, we were left off the new hospital programme. Since then, the Trust have been working on revised capital projects to keep it going in the interim period, including the much-needed rebuild of the East Block. So will the Minister continue to work with me and the Trust to deal with the critical state of DRI?
Yeah, she has been
Minister.
the most tireless campaigner on this issue since coming here in July 2024. So, of course, I will continue to work with her to support her local hospital. The previous government neglected the NHS. Those buildings were left to crumble. The new hospital programme that was neither affordable nor deliverable, and we are committed to reversing this decline and repairing hospitals like Doncaster Royal Infirmary. And that's why the Trust will receive over £105 million in operational capital across the next 4 years to be allocated to those local priorities, including repairs at Doncaster Royal Infirmary, and of course I will continue to work with her.
Dr Neil Hudson.
Number 7, please, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In January, we published what is an honest, a realistic and a deliverable plan which put the programme on a sustainable footing, ensuring taxpayers get the maximum value for money. We're committed to delivering all the schemes and are moving at pace with funding in place for design work, construction and business case development. And outside the new hospital programme, we are investing £30 billion in day-to-day maintenance repair of the NHS estate across this spending review period.
I think the Group Minister.
7 and 22, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thanks. Dr Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my constituency neighbour, the Health Secretary will know both his constituents and mine rely heavily on the Princess Alexandra Hospital in Harlow and Whipps Cross in Leytonstone. Now, before the election, he promised the rebuild of Princess Alexandra and he supported the Whipps Won't Wait campaign. Yet under Labour, it appears both Princess Alexandra and Whipps must wait. Whipps Cross now faces an estimated £170 million in backlog maintenance, one of the highest figures in the country. Does the Health Secretary agree with me that rising maintenance costs must be taken into account when prioritising the new hospital programme?
Again, I mean, it is really quite astonishing. And the Honourable Member, like everybody else, knows that there was no money allocated to the new hospital programme beyond what is now last March. They know that. They need to start being honest with their constituents. We finally put...
Sorry. Dr Mullen, I want better examples coming and expect better from him, please, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think their constituents know exactly what their promises were built on stand. That's why there's very few of them, and that's why there's a lot of us over here. And that is why we took hold of the programme, put it on a sustainable and credible footing, and we will deliver it.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Frimley Park Hospital in Wave 1 of the new hospital building programme, with construction expected to start 2028-2029. Many of my constituents use this hospital and are rightly concerned about possible delays to Frimley's build, especially with the rack issue. Patients and staff cannot be expected to work in an unsafe environment longer than necessary, if at all. Can the Minister reassure my constituents and confirm that the construction of Frimley Park Hospital will begin no later than 2029?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman. He's an assiduous campaigner on behalf of his own Berkshire and now Frimley Park as well. I met with members of Parliament last week involved in the WAVE, the RAC schemes that are progressing to plan. We're absolutely on target with progressing that plan, and we look forward to the proposals coming through from the local ICB.
Mayor Ellis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my constituents in Ribble Valley have been directly impacted by the delays to the new hospital programme, with the rebuilding of Preston Hospital being put back almost a decade. And then just last week, I received the disappointing news that Longridge Community Hospital, much loved and valued by local residents, will be closed for safety upgrades for the next 6 months. This government's impressive 10-year house plan rightly notes that this government expects a shift from hospital to community. So with that in mind, can the Minister confirm that he expects integrated care boards, such as Lancashire and South Cumbria ICB, to keep community hospitals open, as opposed to centralising, which not only takes services away from communities, but in our case transfers them to vastly inferior hospital buildings? And will he join with me and the residents of Longridge to say he hopes that essential repairs are completed quickly at Longridge Community Hospital?
Minister.
Well, I congratulate her for a lot of estates questions into that one point. And the point is, isn't it, that local people value these local facilities that they've known for a very long time? That is why we're committed to reversing the decline in capital investment under the last government. The shocking figure that Lord Darcy outlined, a £40 billion black hole on capital. And part of our move towards neighbourhood health services is exactly that, to get services closer to people's homes as part of our neighbourhood services. And we look forward to having further conversations with her and her constituents.
Bill Estes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Rowan View Mental Health Hospital at Maghull Health Park in my constituency is benefiting from with lower costs from the installation of GB Energy's solar panels. But can I encourage the Minister to support Maghull Health Park's bid for an innovation and research facility so we can address the government's priority to give equal comparative esteem to both mental and physical health?
Minister.
He makes an excellent point about the working across government with GB Energy to support the local health systems with reducing health costs. That is an important part of our efficiency drive for them. He's a strong advocate for that local Maghull Centre facility, and we're absolutely committed to working with the ICB so that they develop the most efficient services for their local populations where people actually are located, rather than expecting people to go to and fro and get bounced around the health system. And I hope that he can see further progress on that issue.
Dr Luke Evans, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When it comes to hospital provision, this side of the House believe that we should continue to use private providers to improve access and reduce waiting times, because we believe the government should not let spare capacity go to waste on ideological grounds. We should continue to make the use of private sector capacity to treat NHS patients where available. Does the Minister agree?
Minister.
I'm sure this is leading somewhere else, but broadly, yes, I think I do.
Dr Luke Evans.
I'm pleased to hear that she does, given it's her current policy. Now, the last time the government brought in a private finance, they brought in PFI, which did bring in £13 billion worth of investment. The problem is it cost a whopping £80 billion to the taxpayer, and hospitals are still paying decades on. So this time round, can the government give a cast iron guarantee and complete confidence to the public this isn't Labour's version of PFI Mark II?
Minister.
Yes, I can give him that guarantee. The last government could have learnt the lessons of some of those PFI schemes that were very costly and didn't run. And why did they learn those lessons? Why didn't they take action to reverse some of that decline? Why didn't they take control of the system and do something about it? We have learnt the lessons from those schemes, thanks in part to the great work done by parliamentarians on committees like Public Accounts Committee. We have learnt those lessons. The new system to build the new neighbourhood health centres, which are fundamental to our drive to shift care out of hospital, will be different, and they will be publicly owned. They will revert to the public. They are fundamentally different. I'm very happy to talk about them in more detail.
So, State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I first of all commend my honourable friend for not just leading the recent International Men's Day debate, but also for his courage in speaking so openly about his own experience of sexual assault and the need to tackle the stigma surrounding it. For too long, men's health has been overlooked, with a reluctance to accept that men suffer specific inequalities and hardships as men and boys. We know men are less likely to come forward for healthcare, so from partnering with the Premier League to rolling out health support in the workplace, we're meeting men and boys where they are and supporting them to live longer, healthier lives.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his response. The publication of the first ever men's health strategy for England was a historic step forward, including the drive to improve care for men with prostate cancer, the most common form of cancer in men under 50. And I'd like, Mr. Speaker, to place on record my admiration for the Right Honourable Lord Cameron for speaking publicly about his diagnosis and successful treatment. The commitment to expanding home-based testing and remote monitoring is very welcome, but could the Secretary of State tell the House what the Department will do to increase awareness and access to testing amongst the men most at risk, including those under 50?
Again, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question. I join him in commending Lord Cameron for his openness, because raising awareness, as we know, does encourage men to come forward and does lead to more diagnoses. So he has done a great public service in talking about his own experience. We are improving care for men diagnosed with prostate cancer and undergoing active monitoring or treatment. We'll be introducing support to individuals who are on prostate cancer active monitoring pathways to enable them to order and complete PSA blood tests at home from 2027. And as for screening and the case that's being made for targeted screening, I await the recommendations of the National Screening Committee. We'll study those carefully. We know this is contested within the sector, so it's important that we have an evidence-based discussion, thrash out the arguments and reach the right way forward.
Gregory Capp.
On the issue of screening in relation to prostate cancer, I welcome the Secretary of State's indication of awaiting the outcome of that report. If that report recommends, as many of us hope it does, will he act quickly to develop whatever the recommendations are contained in the report?
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for his question. We're expecting the draft recommendation. There's a 3-month consultation period that follows, but I do want to act quickly on the evidence and what the recommendations contain, not least because we know, as well as being a prevalent form of cancer, there's also some groups, particularly black men, men with a family history of prostate cancer and men with BRCA gene mutations who are at higher risk, where black men are twice as likely to die with prostate cancer than white men. So there is an imperative to act. Whatever the recommendation, we need to do much better on diagnosis and treatment of this terrible condition.
Goldsborough.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. NHS dentistry is out of reach for too many people, an issue that is felt particularly acutely in rural areas like Norfolk. This government is rolling out extra urgent dental appointments available across the country, and we will be making further improvements for patients to come in from April 2026. NHS dentistry was left to rot for 14 years under the party opposite. Labour is putting it on the road to recovery.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After 16 months of a Labour government, the share of adults in Norfolk seen by a dentist has risen from barely scraping 30% to well over 40%. Lots done, but lots more to be done after that. But there's something I'd like to raise with the Minister. The University of East Anglia proposed a dental school is part of the solution. Will the Minister work with the Department for Education colleagues to ensure the Office for Students and other bodies give it the green light?
Minister.
I thank him, and I'm absolutely delighted as well that more patients are able to see a dentist in Norfolk. And as my honourable friend says, there's a long way to go. We're certainly not complacent, but we are showing that it's possible to turn things around. I'm also very pleased that the University of East Anglia has been approved as a dental school by the General Dental Council. The Office for Students has statutory responsibility for allocating dental school places, but I fully agree that UEA would be a good candidate for any additional government-funded places allocated in future.
As it's a Norfolk question, James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister told the Health Select Committee that the spending envelope for dentistry would be confirmed by the end of the summer at the latest. Is the Office for Students still waiting for a ministerial direction to launch that competition for new places so that UEA can bid along with others and that we can get training places in Norfolk for the first time?
Well, I thank him for that question. He's right that it is the responsibility of the government to give a steer to the Office for Students. We are very close to being able to put that together. I'm expecting some advice from my officials later this week, and I'd be very happy to keep him updated on further progress.
Trustee.
Number 10, Mr Speaker.
So state.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Women's health is a priority both for me, for my department and for this government. Since I last took questions in this House, we've extended the NHS health check to include menopause for the first time, following the brilliant campaigning by Menopause Mandate, among others. We've also made the morning after pill free in pharmacies. The Prime Minister is convening work across governments to tackle violence against women and girls, where the health and care services in our country will play our part in protecting and supporting victims. And in addition, I've asked the government's Women's Health Ambassador to renew the women's health strategy put in place by the previous government so that we can make sure it's driving the right progress going forward.
Trustee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When my constituent Rachel attended multiple A&E departments with severe abdominal pain, swelling, fever and nausea, her fears of a ruptured ovarian cyst were repeatedly dismissed. In her day-to-day life, Rachel is a professional advising on antimicrobial resistance around the world, but as a patient, she felt that her concerns were ignored and she was pushed aside. Rachel is determined to use her experience to challenge the unacceptable medical misogyny that she and women across the UK too often still face. So could the Minister set out what action the government is taking to ensure women are not left to endure painful reproductive health conditions? And would the Secretary of State agree to meet with Rachel to hear her story firsthand?
Well done. So state.
Can I thank my honourable friend for raising Rachel's experience? We have put in place Jess's rule, and we're rolling out Martha's rule, so that whether it's in primary care or in acute care, patient voices are heard, and health professionals and patients be given the power to make sure that health professionals are listening and responding appropriately. But my honourable friend is right to acknowledge that so much of this arises from medical misogyny. And it's not just a case of changing rules and regulations, it's a case of changing culture and practice so that women aren't just seen, they are also heard and listened to. And that is the fundamental problem that we are determined to address. And of course, I'd be delighted to meet Rachel to hear her experience firsthand.
Chair of the Select Committee, Leila Brown.
Mr Speaker, diethylstilbestrol, or DES, was prescribed to women until the 80s to treat miscarriage. Those who took it were themselves at a greater risk of breast cancer, and their daughters have a higher risk of rare cervical cancers. It's estimated that a whopping 300,000 women have been affected. Now, 2 weeks ago, the Secretary of State made an apology to victims, but they rightly want more than sorry, and they point out that the screening programme is insufficient. So will the Secretary of State meet with me, campaigners and victims to understand how this was allowed to happen, who is going to be held accountable, and how they can go about getting compensation for this egregious scandal?
Can I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for raising this extremely serious issue, and I'm glad she's drawn to the House's attention that I have apologised on behalf of the state for the failure that occurred and for the harm that has arisen as a result. My honourable friend, the member for Bournemouth West, has been campaigning diligently on this, and the DES Justice UK campaign has done a magnificent job raising public awareness. I'm always delighted to meet the Chair of the Select Committee because I know where my bread's buttered, but on this particular issue I'd be delighted to do so in particular.
Helen Morgan, Liberal Democrats. Spurs.
Very much, Mr Speaker. Health inequalities impacting women at their most stark when it comes to maternity care, with many NHS trusts requiring improvement, and Black and Asian women and those from the most deprived communities far more likely to suffer a worse outcome or even lose their baby. The Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists and the Royal College of Midwives have vocally opposed the removal of the ring fence from the Service Delivery Fund, saying that funding provided to drive change following the Ockenden review has disappeared at the stroke of a pen. So will the Secretary of State commit to reinstating that ring fence and ensuring that all of the immediate and essential actions arising from the Ockenden review into the failings at Shrewsbury and Telford Hospital Trust are implemented as soon as possible?
Can I thank the Liberal Democrat spokesperson for her question? She's right to raise the inequalities at the heart of poor maternity care, as well as failures in services overall. There are a number of actions we're taking, but on this issue of funding specifically, because I think this will become a kind of recurrent theme across a range of issues during this Parliament. The approach we are taking as a government is to try and devolve more power, more responsibility and resources closer to the front line, indeed at the front line. As we do so, we are removing national ring fences. I appreciate what she says about the risk, and it's important that we, and no doubt Parliament, scrutinise to make sure that outcomes across the board improve and that the focus that this House wants to bring to issues like maternity safety is delivered in practice. But I do think we're right to drive at the issue of devolution. I do think decisions are better taken within communities, close to communities and at a more local system level. But she's right to be vigilant about this, and we are absolutely open to challenge on this side of the House if systems are not acting in the way that we want, and if this is having adverse impact, we will reconsider.
Cat Smith.
Question 11.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, we are carefully considering the work undertaken by the Patient Safety Commissioner, which sets out various potential options for redress. Speaking as both a clinician and as a minister that has recently taken on this area, my honourable friend will know this is highly complex work, but it is a complexity I am willing to step into, and it requires input and planning across government, which takes time. I am certainly committed to taking this issue seriously and will return to update her and the House in due course.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the new Minister to his post, and this is an issue I've been campaigning on, Mr Speaker, for 10 years, and I have got a stack of letters, written parliamentary questions which say things like in due course and the government is considering. And for a group of people who have been gaslit by the medical profession, will the Minister step up and be the Minister who ensures that these families who are victims of the sodium valproate scandal actually see the redress that they absolutely deserve, and make sure that they get a meeting with him at the earliest opportunity that he has?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, can I take this opportunity to thank my honourable friend for all the tireless work and campaigning and advocacy she has been doing on this issue for many, many years, particularly since the report was published in February 2024. She will be sensitive to, I am certainly sensitive to, the fact that we're coming up to the 2-year anniversary of that report. It is a call to action for me and the department to answer the questions that she's been asking so long for. I'll be meeting with the Patient Safety Commissioner very shortly, and I'm very happy to meet her separately when she wishes.
Robin Swan.
Very much, Mr Speaker. The Minister will know that the Hughes report focused very much on England, but those affected under the redress scheme will be across the entirety of the United Kingdom. Will the Minister ensure that he engages with health ministers from the devolved authorities?
Minister.
Very grateful, Mr Speaker, for the honourable gentleman's question. He can certainly be given that assurance from me as the Minister also responsible for foreign nation engagement. The Hughes report is a combination of the sodium valproate issues and those of pelvic mesh, and I know these resonate across the four nations, particularly when it comes to licensing and regulation of medical technology. So he has that assurance from me.
Great.
Question 12, please, Mr Speaker.
Service Day.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Trade unions representing the majority of NHS staff are engaged in constructive dialogue with the government, particularly around reform of Agenda for Change. All NHS staff have received above-inflation pay rises. No other staff in the public sector have received a pay rise as high as resident doctors. We offered extra jobs, prioritisation for UK graduates, and help with out-of-pocket expenses. So against that backdrop, it is simply appalling that BMA leaders led their members out on strike, even though a majority of resident doctors supported the government's offer. And I'm pleased to report to the House, Mr Speaker, that thanks to NHS leaders and frontline staff, including resident doctors who turned up, the NHS met its ambitious goal, and 95% of planned elective activity went ahead, meaning 850,000 patients got the procedures and operations they needed despite the BMA's reckless action. Nonetheless, the time and money this has cost us is detrimental, and I hope the BMA will come back to the table constructively now.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. After warnings from the NHS Confederation and NHS providers, my constituents are still rightly concerned that services may yet be cut, appointments lost and operations delayed as a direct result of the BMA's industrial action. But these strikes didn't need to happen. So what will the Secretary of State do to reassure patients in Bognor Regis and Littlehampton that their safety and well-being is a priority for this government
which has no timetable, no plan, and has made no progress towards ending these damaging rolling strikes.
Mr. Speaker, I must say there is a bout of collective amnesia that has swept the opposition benches, because they seem to have forgotten the absolute calamity they presided over in terms of bad industrial relations. The difference between this side of the House and the Conservative Party is we have never closed the door to talks. We've always been willing to engage with resident doctors in good faith, and unlike the party opposite, they've received a 28.9% pay rise from this Labour government. A reminder to resident doctors across the land that the grass is not greener on the other side, and they should work with a Labour government that wants to work with them.
Question number 13, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to have announced in a written ministerial statement yesterday that the government is developing a palliative care and end-of-life care modern service framework for England. The modern service framework will be aligned with the 10-year health plan, prioritising shifting care out of hospitals and into the community to ensure personalised, compassionate support for individuals and their families.
Sorry, Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there has been cross-party and cross-charity campaigning for this strategy, so I welcome that the Minister has announced this. But hospices across the country, and especially in my constituency, are telling me that the biggest problem they have is the national insurance rise. For example, a children's hospice that covers my constituency tells me the £90,000 extra they have to pay in national insurance could have funded 3 nurses. So can I ask the Minister what discussions he's had with the Chancellor ahead of tomorrow's budget to ensure that hospices and indeed other health and social care organisations are exempt from any national insurance rises, either in the past or in the future?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I noticed he didn't welcome the fact that we're supporting the hospice sector with a £100 million capital funding boost and £80 million in revenue funding for children's hospices over 3 years. Now, we also notice the benches opposite do like to welcome the additional investment that was generated from the last budget, but they don't seem to welcome the fact that it was the means that it was generated by. So what I would say to them is, what would they cut, or what taxes would they put up in order to pay for what we are doing to get our NHS back on its feet and fit for the future?
Alistair Strathern.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the government's commitment to a strategy that is as overdue as it is important, palliative care, but it will mean nothing for hospices who aren't able to last until it comes into effect. Garden House Hospice in my constituents facing a crucial funding shortfall, and while incredibly welcome capital funding from the government came through earlier this year, they're still just short of the cash flow gap they need to secure their operations. Would the Minister meet with me to see what further work the ICB might be able to do to protect this vital hospice serving my constituents?
Well, I'm very pleased that the measures we've taken have provided financial support. I absolutely recognise the challenging financial position, and I, of course, would be more than happy to meet with him to discuss that further.
Conor Rand.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to transforming cancer care, already having invested £70 million in new radiotherapy machines helping patients be treated more quickly. We're investing £26 million in NHS and opening community diagnostic centres at evening and weekends to catch cancer early. And our National Cancer Plan will have patients at its heart, from referral to diagnosis to treatment and ongoing care.
My constituent Mike lost his wife to cancer, but as well as battling the physical symptoms, she also faced devastating mental health effects, becoming deeply depressed after her terminal diagnosis. But despite this, she never received appropriate mental health support, and this is a significant issue for cancer patients, and one which should be addressed as part of our welcome reforms to palliative care. So could the relevant minister meet with me and Mike to discuss his campaign to improve mental health support for those with a terminal diagnosis?
Minister.
Well, of course, I'm sorry to hear about the loss of his constituent's wife, and our thoughts are with him and his family. We are supporting, he raises an excellent point, we are supporting people with cancer experiencing poor mental health care by expanding access to psychological therapies through NHS talking therapies, and I'm sure my honourable friend will be happy to talk with him further as she develops her cancer plan to make sure these issues are incorporated.
Thank you very
much, Mr. Speaker. My constituent recently had successful high-intensity focused ultrasound treatment for prostate cancer at Charing Cross Hospital because it's not even offered to men at Portsmouth hospitals, despite being a less invasive treatment with fewer long-term health implications. Now, as if to underline the inequality, Mr. Speaker, imagine his surprise when he turned up at the hospital and found that it was the same doctor that had diagnosed him in Portsmouth was actually carrying out the procedure in London. So I asked the Minister, what more are they doing to ensure that there is no postcode lottery when it comes to HIFU, and what the Minister will do to ensure more men get access to it?
Well, can I thank her for that question and her work on this issue? And she raises a really important issue about consistency of care. We understand that services are different in different parts of the country, that sometimes the needs are, but not when there is proven evidence. We want to make sure that where there is good practice and proven evidence, that that care is rolled out, as we say, bring the best of the NHS to the rest of the NHS. And I'm sure my honourable friend, as she develops her cancer plan, will take note of that point.
We now come to topical. Cyril.
Number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obesity robs children of the best possible start in life, hits the poorest hardest, sets them up for a lifetime of health problems and costs the NHS billions. So I can announce to the House we're expanding the soft drinks industry levy to include bottles and cartons of milkshakes, flavoured milk and milk substitute drinks. We're also reducing the threshold to 4.5 grams of sugar per 100 millilitres. Mr. Speaker, this government will not look away as children get unhealthier, and our political opponents urge us to leave them behind. Thank you.
The only thing I would say is at least we're hearing it first in this House and not on Sky. Sir Olney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Secretary of State and the Health Department for the launch last week of the Men's Health Strategy. My constituent, Philip Perry, who sadly lost his son to suicide, has been calling on the government to launch a public health campaign to reduce the stigma of suicide. Nearly 75% of those who lose their lives to suicide have not been in contact with mental health services, and that's why we need to reach out. So will the Secretary of State meet with myself and my constituent to discuss such a campaign?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure my honourable friend, the Minister, would be delighted to. The Men's Health Strategy sets out precisely the challenge in those terms, and through the partnerships we've already announced with people like the Premier League, as well as the people who've been knocking at our doors to get involved in such a campaign, I'm absolutely confident that together, collectively across the House and across the country, we can tackle this terrible stigma.
Jacob Collier.
Mr. Speaker, it's great news that we're starting to see NHS dentists return to Burton-upon-Trent, but my constituents in Uttoxeter are still without an NHS dentist for adults. For a growing town of over 16,000 people, when can my constituents expect to put a smile on their face?
I thank my honourable friend. He's a tireless campaigner on this issue. We want to see more dentists in Burton and Uttoxeter and across the country. That's why we're offering dentists £20,000 to work in underserved areas. And we're making it a requirement for new dentists to practice in the NHS through our tie-in policy. We're also making additional urgent appointments available across the country, including in my honourable friend's for my honourable friend's constituents in Burton and Uttoxeter.
Show Secretary of State Stuart Andrew, the birthday boy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Secretary of State why he hasn't sorted out the strikes and disputes?
Yeah, quite right.
Secretary of State.
Can I wish the Shadow Health Secretary a very happy birthday, 21 again. It's good to see him here. Mr. Speaker, we continue to hold the door open to the BMA. If they want to engage constructively, we are ready and willing. What we will not do is be held to ransom. What we cannot afford to do is pay more than we already have. What we are able and willing to do is go further to improve their career progression, their job prospects, and to work with them to rebuild the NHS the party opposite broke.
I've got to get through a lot of topicals. Stuart Andrew.
But, Mr. Speaker, the power to stop these strikes is in the government's hands. They need to sit down and negotiate to end the strikes. But ministers are too busy briefing against each other. Not my words, the Secretary of State's words when he was standing here. He said it was so simple. It's the Secretary of State that is embroiled in a leadership battle that's taking over focus on averting walkouts. And the Employment Rights Bill that reduces voting thresholds on strikes and scrapping minimum service levels. So does the Secretary of State accept that things are only going to get worse as a result of the bill? And in his words, does he agree that patients have suffered enough?
But, Mr. Speaker, I was very clear in opposition about the government's responsibility to sit down and negotiate. That's exactly what I've been doing. It takes two to tango. As for the other trivial nonsense he mentions, I've been very clear that I am a faithful, but of course if he were a game show, he'd be pointless.
Katrina Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a higher prevalence of multiple sclerosis in Scotland than there is in any other part of the UK. What steps is the Department taking to ensure that with the MS, the people living with MS can access both a timely diagnosis and an equitable specialist care regardless of where they live in the UK?
Minister.
I thank her for that question. It's a very important point that she raises. I'd be more than happy perhaps to meet with her to discuss it because I think it needs some detail on the complexity of what she's raising.
Morgan, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Every MP will be aware of the huge value that unpaid carers add to the NHS, taking the pressure off for paid carers, often under intolerable pressure. We're therefore really pleased to hear the news this morning that thousands of unpaid carers will have their cases reviewed after they were left with huge debts by failure of the government over a long period of time. But it's been reported that debts will continue to accrue and overpayments will continue to be pursued for as long as a year from now. Given his responsibility to unpaid carers, will the Secretary of State raise his issue with colleagues, urging them to suspend repayments until the recommendations are in force and ensure those people propping up the care system are treated fairly from today, not a year's time?
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for that question. This is a terrible situation, one of many messes this government is now working to clean up. And I will certainly make sure that the issues she raises are taken up with my right honourable friend, the Work and Pension Secretary.
Tristan Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Public Accounts Committee has recently scrutinised the state of clinical negligence in the UK. At £60 billion, the government liability for clinical negligence has increased under the last government significantly. The government has commissioned David Locke to review the issue. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that reform is desperately needed in this space?
Minister.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend's question. He's absolutely right. As announced in the 10-year health plan, David Locke, KC, is providing expert policy advice on the rising legal costs of clinical negligence and how we can improve patients' experience of claims. This review is ongoing and following initial advice to ministers and the recent NEO report. The results of David Locke's work will inform future policy making in this area, and I'm very happy to update him as soon as this happens.
Dr. Danny Chambers.
Reports that 1 in 3 adults have been relying on chatbots and AI tools for mental health advice and therapy are concerning because they're currently unregulated and potentially dangerous. One reason people are using these is because mental health waiting lists are so long. What is the Minister doing to reduce mental health waiting lists so that people can speak to a qualified mental health practitioner instead of relying on unregulated AI tools?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to report to the honourable gentleman we are well on the way to delivering the 8,500 more mental health staff we promised our manifesto, well over 6,500 already there. In terms of digital tools, these can play a role, but I'm pleased to report that in terms of the evolution of our online tools via the NHS app, making sure we have high quality and clinically verified apps will be part of that approach so that people can get access to high quality digital tools, not ones they've Googled on the internet.
Kenneth Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend him for reaffirming his commitment to drive forward digital innovation in the NHS. Does he agree with me that Scotland should mirror the UK so that we do not fall behind the pace in a development that could be game-changing in terms of outcomes for patient and staff alike?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the NHS in Scotland has no app and no plans for national rollout, the NHS in England has had an app since 2019, with 71 million logins in October 2025. 3 in 4 people now have the app in their pockets, and they have more subscribers in England than Netflix. Why, might you ask, Mr. Speaker, does NHS Scotland not have an app? Well, the answer might come in an FOI request by the champion journalist Simon Johnson. When asked about some of the drawbacks of applying an NHS England app in Scotland, they said, political optics of adopting an English solution. Analog John to move over and let Anna Sarwar and Jackie Bailey finally drag the Scottish NHS into
We are on topicals. The Prime Minister's here. If you don't want members to get in, please tell me. It'd be easier. Sarah Dyke.
Speaker, in Somerset, only 41% of children have seen an NHS dentist in the last 2 years, well below the national average. Ben from Somerton is a single parent of 4 children. He lives in an NHS dental desert and worries about the health of his children's teeth because there is no way that he can pay for private dental care, as he can barely afford to pay for his children's food. So ahead of the budget tomorrow, can the Minister confirm what actions he is taking?
I thank her for that question. We have the interim reforms, our response to that being published very, very soon. We are working on the long-term reform of the NHS dentistry contract with the BDA. I'd be happy to keep her updated on our progress.
I'm proud that this government has invested record amounts into our National Health Service, and in Altrincham and Sale West the results are clear. Waiting lists down 10 months in a row, extra investment in local GP surgeries, and most recently a new skin cancer diagnostics centre at Altrincham Hospital, ensuring early intervention at the heart of local healthcare. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that this is exactly the change we were elected to deliver?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. They don't like to hear it opposite, but we are bringing waiting lists down for the first time in 15 years. Patient satisfaction with general practice is rising, and we're delivering the investment, the modernisation and the change the country voted for.
Pepe Hailing.
2 weeks ago, I asked the government whether it held discussions with Cambridgeshire Integrated Care Board on the 16,000-strong petition to save beds at the Arthur Rank Hospice. I was informed that it will not be possible to provide a response within the usual time period. So I've got a simpler request. Will the Minister meet with me and the new Central East Integrated Care Board to discuss how to identify, need and strategically commission beds?
Yes, happy to meet.
Peter Swallow.
Mr. Speaker, Bracknell is a life sciences superpower, with Eli Lilly, Sandoz and Boehringer Ingelheim all having a footprint in our town. What can we do to speed up clinical trial setup to help deliver the next generation of treatments for our NHS?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Government is already committing to clinical trials being under 150 days by next March, and I commend my honourable friend of all the work he does with his local pharmaceutical companies in advancing medical science locally and nationally.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State will be aware that since the law changed, the number of children who have received NHS prescriptions for severe epilepsy for medical cannabis is pitifully low. Families and campaigners believe that part of the reason for that is that the Home Office still has a large amount of responsibility for these products. Will he meet with me and other interested MPs to discuss whether his department could take more responsibility?
Mr. Speaker, the Government, although has no plans to change departmental responsibilities applicable to unlicensed and cannabis-based products, it is cognisant of the need for research in this area. We have agreed to over £8.5 million in funding for 2 world-first clinical trials to investigate the safety and efficacy of cannabinoid treatments for drug-resistant epilepsy in both adults and children, and I'm happy to speak to him about this further.
Sonia Cuba.
Mr. Speaker, I've seen firsthand how severe MSK conditions such as lower back pain can devastate the ability to work, have relationships, sleep and overall well-being. With over 1 million children's education disrupted by MSK conditions, with missed schooling and fragmented, hard-to-navigate services, will the Minister prioritise MSK conditions in Phase 2 of the Modern Service Framework and confirm when that will be published?
Well, could I pay tribute to my honourable friend for saving the Ladies' Walk Health Centre, which the party opposite was trying to shut in her constituency. We are advancing modern service frameworks for those conditions where we can swiftly and significantly raise the quality of care. The National Quality Board makes recommendations on future modern service frameworks, and the NQB's next meeting is on the 8th of December.
Sir Roger Gale.
Mr. Speaker, it's estimated that there are some 200 highly qualified Ukrainian dentists resident in the United Kingdom as refugees. They could be working for the health service. Because of the moribund attitude of the General Dental Council, they're not allowed to do so. Can we try and drag the GDC into at least the 20th century so that these talents can be utilised?
I thank him for that question. I met with the GDC very recently. They have completed the procurement of the new management agent for running the ORE. I'm confident that we're going to see a significant boost in the numbers, and that is coming on stream very quickly. But I agree with him that it's been too slow and it needs to speed up.
Sarah Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of Hyndburn, about 38% of children are sadly growing up in poverty.
This government is committed to ensuring the best start in life for all children. So in addition to the increase in mental health support teams in schools, does the NHS workforce plan currently address the vital need for trained specialist community public nurses in schools?
My honourable friend is absolutely right about the need to improve the quality of the paediatric workforce. We're considering that as we revise the workforce plan, and I'm proud that already, with just one decision we took in the first year of this Labour government to expand free school meals, we'll be lifting 100,000 more children out of the poverty they were left in by the party opposite.
Final question, Mr. Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 24-25, the NHS Trust and the Secretary of State's constituency collected £2.4 million from patient and visitor parking and a further £1 million from staff parking. Given these costs fall hardest on the poor and the most seriously ill, will he now consider abolishing this inequitable burden on the sick, their relatives and those who care for them?
Mr. Speaker, if I were him, I'd be more worried about the situation close to home, because under the SNP's abysmal record of failure, whereas waiting lists are falling in Labour-led England and Labour-led Wales, in SNP Scotland they are rising, despite the biggest funding settlement since devolution began, a record that should make him and his party blush.
Point of order, Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that you have been incensed by the unprecedented briefings that we have seen by the government in the run-up to the budget. Despite your clear statements on this, it beggars belief that today they have done it again by announcing the Chancellor will announce £300 million into NHS tech in her budget tomorrow. Not a briefing to journalists, but with an article on the gov.uk website, just a day after a minister stood at that dispatch box and said, "I can assure the honourable member, given the respect that the government paid to this House and to their obligations in it, that if there is an important policy announcement to be made, it will be made to this House." Given that is clearly not the case in this instance, and despite your statements, can you advise what we as members of this House can do?
It's frustrating for me and frustrating for all backbenchers, because everything should be heard here first. The budget should be sacrosanct and only heard on budget day. What I would say is it does make a change for budget speculation to at least come to the chamber. That is quite out of the ordinary at the moment. Look, I thank the honourable member for giving notice of point of order. I have said on a number of occasions in recent weeks the government's own ministerial code states that major announcements should be made in the House in the first instance, not the media. We had urgent questions yesterday on this issue. The Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee has also been conducting an inquiry into ministerial statements and the ministerial code. I look forward to seeing their report earlier rather than later. And I will point out the budget. The country expects the budget to come out on budget day. It does nothing for the city and it does nothing for how people view this chamber. We will leave it there. Right, we now come to the statements. Let the front benches change over. Right, we now come to the first statement. I call the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with permission, I'll update the House on my recent international engagements and our work to strengthen the security of our continent and our economy. Starting, Mr. Speaker, with the situation in Ukraine, which of course is at the forefront of all of our minds. Over recent days, I've had detailed discussions with allies. I met the partners of the Coalition of the Willing during the G20, and I've spoken a number of times to both President Trump and President Zelensky, who I spoke to again earlier this morning. Mr. Speaker, we're united in wanting a ceasefire and a permanent end to the horrendous suffering that this war has brought to Ukraine. I have always said our aim must be a just and lasting peace. And both of those words, Mr. Speaker, are important, just and lasting. So, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the continued efforts of the United States to end the war and stop the killing. The initial draft of the 28-point plan included points that were not acceptable, but also some very important elements that will be essential for a just and lasting peace. For example, it sets out steps on security guarantees from the US and partners. This is very significant, and the discussions in Geneva took important steps forward, with progress between the US and Ukraine on an updated peace framework. I can reassure the House that work is ongoing to refine this plan. And Mr. Speaker, we're clear about the fundamental principles here, that Ukraine's sovereignty must be maintained, that Ukraine should be able to defend herself in future, and that matters about Ukraine and its future must be determined by Ukraine. We are clear their voice must always be at the heart of the process, and elements relating to Europe and NATO will need the consent of Europe and NATO members. So there's still a long way to go and a tough road ahead, but we're more committed than ever to this cause and to pushing forward on this process. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, later this afternoon, President Macron, Chancellor Merz and I will convene the Coalition of the Willing, which now has 36 members, to discuss how we can advance the peace process and to discuss how we can continue to keep Ukraine in the fight right now. Because, Mr. Speaker, Ukraine continues to hold the line. They continue to mount a fearless defence of their country. And they deserve not just our respect, but our help and our support. After all, it is not just our values that are at risk here, it's our security too. In addition to targeting energy and food prices, Putin continues to seek to undermine our security, including, Mr. Speaker, by sending Russian ships into our waters. The Royal Navy intercepted 2 Russian ships in our waters in the last 2 weeks. So let me assure the House, we are more ready and determined than ever to protect our territory and protect the British people. As we work towards that end, we will never let up on the support that Ukraine needs, the vital defensive capabilities it needs to protect its people, and the economic pressure that we must continue to mount on Russia to cut off the fuel to their war machine. Mr. Speaker, the urgent need to take Russian oil and gas off the global market was something I discussed extensively at the G20. This is vital, especially now, as winter begins to bite in Ukraine and Putin continues his barbaric attacks on civilians and civilian energy infrastructure. Because, Mr. Speaker, as this House knows, and the British people know, there is only one nation that wants this war, only one nation that launched this illegal invasion, and only one nation that deploys a constant barrage aimed at murdering innocent civilians. We saw that again last night, Mr. Speaker, with Russia's strikes on Kyiv. Indeed, in the last week before last night, Russia launched over 1,200 drones and over 60 cruise and ballistic missiles at Ukraine, killing children like 7-year-old Amelia, a Polish citizen, killed alongside her mother by a Russian missile in Ternopil last Wednesday, an attack that took 34 lives in total. And, Mr. Speaker, last night, as a family, we celebrated my daughter's 15th birthday. Later, I saw images on the news of a young girl, about the same age, being pulled from the rubble of a building in Ukraine, where her mother had just been killed. It's abhorrent. It's beyond belief. Yet Ukraine lives this same story every night in their cities and every day on the front line, where so many Ukrainians are killed fighting for their freedom. And, Mr. Speaker, we should not forget that Putin's aggression, his illegal actions, and his total disregard for human life has taken a huge toll on his own people. Thousands of Russian soldiers are killed every single day. 100,000 have been killed attacking Donetsk. In total, more than 1 million Russians have been killed or injured, all because of the depraved ambitions of one man. So, Mr. Speaker, we say again, this country will never falter in our support for the Ukrainian people. We will maintain a unity of purpose with our allies, and we will focus on delivering the calm, serious leadership that is needed to advance a just and lasting peace for Ukraine and indeed for the whole of Europe. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn to my broader discussions at the G20. I took the opportunity in South Africa to raise the ongoing and utterly horrifying situation in Sudan. We are working with our partners to break the restrictions on humanitarian aid and demand accountability. We must rally global pressure to stop the slaughter, achieve a sustained ceasefire, and ultimately to deliver a transition to civilian rule. Mr. Speaker, in South Africa, I also chaired the Global Fund replenishment alongside President Ramaphosa, leading the charge in the global fight against AIDS, TB, and malaria. Work that has already saved over 70 million lives. Yet, Mr. Speaker, malaria still kills a child under the age of 5 nearly every minute. 4,000 adolescent girls and young women still contract HIV every week. And TB remains the world's single deadliest infectious disease, even though we've had a cure for nearly a century. So we will keep driving this project forward because it's the right thing to do and because it helps protect the United Kingdom from future pandemics and health emergencies. Mr. Speaker, a central priority at the G20 was delivering economic security and opportunity, as it is at every international meeting I attend. A strong economy allows us to be strong in the world. Economic security is national security. So, Mr. Speaker, I can tell the House we delivered for the British people this weekend, including deals with South Africa for British firms to upgrade their railways and submarines, a £370 million deal for Rolls-Royce to supply jet engines to Algeria, and a £4 billion deal with Indonesia for new ships, delivering 1,000 jobs in Rosyth, Plymouth and Bristol, and delivering, if I may say, another rebuke to all the people who prematurely wrote off British shipbuilding. Mr. Speaker, we can only achieve these things, we can only deliver for the British people by working with our partners. And I think this is a moment to raise our sights. Mr. Speaker, the House will recall that it was when the global financial crisis struck that the G20 showed its full potential, when my predecessor, Gordon Brown, marshalled a global response to that crisis to protect the savings and finances of the British people. And so, in this moment of growing fragility and crisis around the world, it is time once again to take a more purposeful, unified approach, focused on global growth and stability. I called for a response based on the right balance of investment and fiscal discipline, open markets, reforming the global trading system, and tackling the cost of living crisis. That approach was echoed by the leaders' declaration from Johannesburg. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to say that the summit confirmed that the UK will take on the presidency of the G20 in 2027, the first time it's returned to the UK since 2009. It will be a proud moment for our country, part of our work to restore Britain's international leadership, which was neglected for so long. And we will use that presidency to drive the agenda that I've been talking about today, to drive growth and opportunity, to create jobs, cut the cost of living, and fundamentally strengthen the economic security of the British people. That is what we're doing at home and abroad, and I commend this statement to the House.
Can we note the Leader of the Opposition?
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement? We are proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, and our support remains unwavering. Ukraine is battling the most flagrant breach of territorial integrity in Europe in recent times. We must never forget that this war was started by Putin, who is trying to extinguish a democracy on our own continent. It is important that we stand together to defend the principle that aggressors should not succeed. The previous Conservative government led Europe in support for Ukraine. We were the first country to provide modern Western main battle tanks and to gift munitions and Storm Shadow missiles. We led the way on sanctions and trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers on UK soil. It is now incumbent on this government to leverage British influence at this crucial time for the West. Putin's relentless bombardment of Kyiv and KGB-style negotiating tactics show he is not serious about peace, which is why Russia must not be welcomed back into the international fold without a comprehensive peace agreement. So will the Prime Minister rule out support for readmitting Russia to the G7? We all want this terrible war to end. And as the Prime Minister rightly said, elements of that draft 28-point plan were unacceptable. Conservatives are clear that the blanket surrender of Ukrainian territory would mean rewarding Putin's unprovoked aggression. What is the government's position on reports that Ukraine's territorial integrity is on the table? Because if Putin is seen to emerge stronger from these negotiations, all our potential adversaries will be emboldened. Be in no doubt, Mr. Speaker, the axis of authoritarian states is collaborating to destabilize the West, aided by China, with Iran providing weapons and North Korea providing troops for Putin. It is precisely for these reasons that the government must continue to work extremely closely with the US and to understand their objectives. Parties like the Lib Dems and the Greens, who are encouraging us to decouple from the US, are putting their anti-American prejudice above national security. But, Mr. Speaker, given that in the last fortnight the Royal Navy has intercepted 2 Russian ships in our waters, and with Russian spy ships pointing lasers at RAF pilots, it is a disgrace that Reform are still blaming NATO for Russia's aggression. Although perhaps it should come as no surprise when their former leader in Wales was sent to prison last week for taking bribes from Putin. Earlier this year, Mr. Speaker, many countries came together to form the Coalition of the Willing, pledging to strengthen support for Ukraine. Can the Prime Minister update us on the planning and readiness of the Coalition of the Willing? What is its scope and terms of mission? And what can the Prime Minister tell us about a counter-proposal that is reportedly being submitted by the EU? Mr. Speaker, to stand with Ukraine, we need to know we can also stand on our own 2 feet. Last week, the Commons Defence Select Committee warned that Britain is unprepared for a major attack and the government is making glacial progress towards conflict readiness. So it is concerning that reports indicate the MOD faces a potential budget cut this financial year of £2.6 billion. Can the Prime Minister confirm whether this is true or false? Meanwhile, the EU is reportedly demanding nearly €7 billion for the UK to buy into its defence fund. Conservatives warned that this would happen. At the time the UK-EU reset deal was being negotiated, the Shadow Defence Secretary said that Labour had given away 12 years of British fishing rights in exchange for nothing. He was right. Will the Prime Minister rule out paying the EU for access to SAFE? Mr. Speaker, it is extremely disappointing that Europe is still buying Russian oil and gas. Moscow should be denied safe harbours for its tankers and profits, and Europe should ban Russian oil and gas sooner than its current 2027 deadline. I believe the Prime Minister agrees with that sentiment, so what pressure will he put on European countries to stop them buying Russian oil and gas? Mr. Speaker, the UK's genuinely world-leading support has made a material difference to Ukraine's ability to fight back against Russia's illegal invasion, support that I will remind the Prime Minister began under the Conservatives. Let's not forget that in 2022, Russia thought it could capture Kyiv and subjugate Ukraine within days. So let's wake up and face that threat from Russia. So finally, can the Prime Minister reassure the House that we will be boosting our own defence capabilities as well as using our influence to ensure that secure future for Ukraine?
Minister.
Well, can I start by thanking her for her support on Ukraine? I think it is really important that we stay united in this House. And can I readily acknowledge the role of the previous government in leading on Ukraine and, in fact, in bringing the whole House together on this issue, which it did for a number of years and allowed us a platform on which to build the support that we are now putting in place. In relation to membership of the G7, G8, look, the focus at the moment is on a ceasefire, so anything along those lines is a long way off. But, you know, we have to remember that Putin is the aggressor here. He is the one who started this war. On territorial integrity, the sovereignty of Ukraine is paramount, and that's why any questions about the future of Ukraine must be determined by Ukraine. And that is why I've been speaking frequently to both President Trump and President Zelensky. President Zelensky probably 5 or 6 times in the last 2 or 3 days on a whole range of issues. Can I join her in her comments about reform? Because it is shocking that a senior official, the leader in Wales, has been jailed for over 10 years, a very significant sentence, for pro-Russia bribes. That is extraordinary. And that is why I say, and I say again, there should be that the reform leadership should have the courage to launch an investigation. How on earth did that happen in their party? And what other links are there? But today, and this statement and the question across the House will reinforce once again that reform with their pro-Putin approach would have absolutely no role in bringing allies together on important issues across the globe. Mr. Speaker, she asks about the coalition of the willing. 9 months ago, President Macron and I brought the coalition of the willing together. There are now 36 like-minded countries that meet and discuss frequently and align our positions and our support. That is a considerable achievement, and we have plans in relation to security guarantees, in relation to air, sea and land. Mr. Speaker, on the text of the agreement that's being worked on in Geneva, there was an intensive discussion about this, as she would have expected at the G20, involving a number of key allies, both the E3 plus key coalition of willing allies. And the strong consensus was that we should work with the text that's in existence, unacceptable though some parts of it are, because other parts are essential, rather than a different text, and that is the process that's going on in Geneva, and I think that's the right approach. On defence spending, I've made my position clear, and it goes with the strategic review of defence as well as to how we take that forward. The safe negotiations are going on with the EU in the usual way, and one of the commitments I made in relation to our reset with the EU was that we would do it by quiet diplomacy rather than shouting from megaphones across the channel. On oil and gas, she asks, and this is really important, we are taking every opportunity to have extensive discussions to take Russian oil and gas off the market. This has to be done across Europe. It has to be done beyond Europe. There are discussions I've had beyond Europe on this issue. It is vital that we press ahead, and we are doing so and taking every opportunity. But can I return to where I started? I do genuinely think it's important in this House that we're united on Ukraine. The only winner, if we divide on party political grounds, will be Putin. And I again recognise the work and the lead that the previous government took, which I was proud to support in opposition. I'm proud to take that forward as Prime Minister. I'm grateful for the support that we're getting from the opposition.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Emily Thornberry.
Mr. Speaker, can I begin by complimenting the Prime Minister on his work on the international stage? But ask him, is he aware that yesterday a statement was put out by the 22 chairs of the Foreign Affairs Committees from parliaments from across the whole of Europe, and we made it clear that we are united in the belief that Ukraine's sovereignty is not just vitally important for brave Ukrainians, but it is vital for the continued security of Europe too. And so we are very pleased to hear from the Prime Minister when he assures the House that any plan that is to be agreed will be nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, but can he also assure the House there will be nothing about Europe without Europe?
Well, can I thank her for her question, but also reassure her I did see that letter that was put out yesterday. And she's absolutely right that this conflict affects Ukraine's sovereignty, but it also affects the whole of Europe, including the United Kingdom, both in our values and our security, and materially in relation to things like the cost of living and the price of energy. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, nothing about Europe without Europe, nothing about NATO without NATO are key principles that sit behind the work that we're doing.
Daisy Cooper, Deputy Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I thank the Prime Minister for advance view of his statement. If this is the endgame for Putin's illegal and murderous war, then we have one chance to get it right. One chance to safeguard the future of Ukraine and one chance to safeguard the future of Europe. The stakes could not be higher. Many of us fear that President Trump is gearing up to betray the rights of Ukrainians. Ukrainians who have fought valiantly in the face of war crimes, torture, and the abduction of thousands of children. The White House has tried to deny that Trump's original 28-point plan was a Russian wish list, but that is precisely what it was. We Liberal Democrats welcome the statement from the Prime Minister that Ukraine's sovereignty must be maintained. So when the Prime Minister speaks with the Coalition of Willing this afternoon, will he relay that all major parties in this House agree with him in unequivocally ruling out any proposals that limit Ukraine's sovereignty to defend itself now or in the future must be ruled out, including its right to join defence alliances like NATO? Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister also offer his support and that of the Coalition of Willing to join President Zelensky for any future negotiations with President Trump, so President Zelensky doesn't have to suffer the indignity of being bullied by Trump on his own once again, and so that Europe can show a strong and united stand? Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is absolutely right to request that Reform UK conducts an investigation into pro-Russian bribes. Can I ask the Prime Minister whether he will also then commission a second Russia report into Russian interference in our democracy? My honourable friend for Bicester and Woodstock has brought forward a bill enabling the unilateral seizure of Russian state assets in the UK. Can the Prime Minister confirm whether in his discussions with G20 partners he has secured any progress on plans to seize those frozen Russian assets, and if not, why not? Mr. Speaker, on Sudan, will the Prime Minister use his role as the penholder for Sudan to take the lead at the United Nations to secure and enforce a countrywide arms embargo? And finally, the Prime Minister did not mention China, despite reports that the Prime Minister met with the Chinese Premier at the G20. The apparent imminent approval of Chinese super embassy would be a moment of shame for this government. So will the Prime Minister block this application and summon the Chinese ambassador to make clear that we will not accept Beijing's efforts to spy on our parliament, nor will we accept their efforts to intimidate and harass Hong Kongers in our communities?
Well, can I start by thanking her for her support in relation to Ukraine support, which is important, and certainly I'll make a point this afternoon at the Coalition of Willing of expressing how united this House is in relation to the key principles. In relation to her point about President Zelensky, we are, I think, the closest ally of Ukraine in terms of respected and trusted, and that is why not only have I spoken intensively and extensively to President Zelensky over many months and years, but in particular over the last few days, a number of times, sometimes a day, including this morning, in order to do what we can to guide this into the right place. In relation to reform, I completely agree with her comments. It is extraordinary that in this chamber we're having a debate about a war which Russia has perpetrated on Ukraine, and a senior member of Reform is convicted of pro-Russian bribes. In relation to interference with democracy, it is of deep concern. On the assets, look, we are having extensive discussions about this, including at the G20 and elsewhere, in relation to what more can be done. And making progress. It's not straightforward, as she will know, but it is the subject of very extensive discussions to see what more we can do. And in relation to, well, firstly, the Chinese Premier, let me just be clear. I said hello and shook the hand of the Chinese Premier at the G20. We're in the Leaders' Lounge together, and it would have been a little bizarre and discourteous not to have done so, but we didn't actually engage in any substantive discussion. She raises the question of the embassy. That's obviously a quasi-judicial decision that will be taken in accordance with those processes.
John Manju Singh Desi, Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you very much. I welcome the Prime Minister's update statement to the House, but Mr. Speaker, let's be under no illusion. President Trump's originally proposed peace plan is humiliating and unpalatable to the Ukrainians, would actually be detrimental to our own European security, and would reward the invading, annexing aggressor. And that's why yesterday the cross-party House of Commons Defence Committee issued a very robust statement calling on the government to urgently give full moral, practical and support in whatever way that it could, especially diplomatically, to our Ukrainian friends. But would the Prime Minister agree that at this critical juncture, it is imperative that the UK, along with its European allies, shows clear and determined leadership, is actually around the table to negotiate so that we can be a voice for our Ukrainian friends? Because if we're not at the table, we'll be on the menu.
Well, can I thank him for his questions? In relation to the original plan, clearly there were elements which were unacceptable, and that's why I'm pleased that progress has now been made in relation to it. I can assure him we're giving support to President Zelensky and Ukraine at every level and extensively, as he would expect. And he's quite right that part of the reason that we're able to have influence with our allies is because we are present at the international table in a way that we haven't been over recent years.
Father House, Edward Lee.
The Prime Minister's done a pretty good job of getting close to President Trump. Can he convince him that to reward the tyrant bear with land he's already taken is bad enough, but it would be utterly egregious and appalling to allow him, the bear, the ruthless bear, to take land he hasn't even taken yet in Fortress Donbass? And it would make Ukraine utterly defenceless. Just as we allowed Czechoslovakia to be utterly defenceless when we forced them to give up the Sudeten land 85 years ago.
Well, look, can I agree with him in terms of the very idea of negotiating land which hasn't been taken in nearly 4 years of a conflict and has cost tens of thousands of lives is so obviously unacceptable that it shouldn't be put forward or seen as a serious proposition, and I agree with him wholeheartedly on that.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank once more the Prime Minister for his hinting support for Ukraine and that nothing can be done for Ukraine without Ukraine. In the last few moments, media sources in the US have reported that Ukraine has agreed to the peace proposal brokered by the Trump administration. I know the Prime Minister will not have the detail of that, but if this is the case, I know we're in a statement now, will he come back and give the House the full details of what has been agreed by Ukraine, US and potentially Russia?
Yes, of course I will. From my discussions with President Zelensky this morning, I'll need to look precisely at that, but I suspect it won't be the whole of the agreement that needs to be reached, because obviously the discussions so far have been predominantly Ukraine-US. Obviously there are European elements that are important, NATO elements that are important, that need further discussions, and of course none of this has been back to the Russian side yet. So I'll have a look at the report and look behind the headline. If there is anything material to report, I'll of course do it. My own sense is that it'll probably be progress on the Geneva exercise rather than the agreement of all elements.
Sir John Whittingham.
If it is the case that Ukraine has agreed to a proposal which has been brokered by the United States, would the Prime Minister agree that if it is acceptable to Ukraine, then it must be made acceptable to Russia, and that we need to exert every possible pressure on Russia through increased military support, sanctions, and use of frozen assets in order to make them accept a ceasefire?
Well, I certainly agree with that wholeheartedly, and we'll see what has been. I suspect it's the version that emerged from Geneva yesterday that may be being talked about. But of course the next step is Russia, and we need to exert every pressure, whether that's capability, whether it's in relation to the assets, or whether it's oil and gas, which we've been bearing down for a considerable period of time.
Stella Creasy. Absolutely, it's just not the rules of the House, and somebody who's got more establishment in here. Straight after, by all means, if it's related to this, but please, we have the rules of the House, and the rules of the House come first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we all understand this is a breaking situation. Can I ask the Prime Minister, because in such an uncertain world we know that allyship is integral to our own security, and that post-war generation created both the NHS and NATO because they understood the power of collective solidarity. I'm very pleased to hear him talk about the importance, therefore, of the safe negotiations, because our work with Europe isn't about replacing our relationships with NATO, but strengthening them. Could he confirm that he raised the safe negotiations with the President of the European Commission? Because this situation also reminds us that we have to get the European defence industry into a shape where it can face the threats we face from countries like Russia, and the UK must be part of those conversations too.
I can assure her that negotiations are going on in the ordinary way in relation to SAFE and a number of other issues. Mr. Speaker, what I'm endeavouring to do is just to get the best information I can in relation to what is developing, and I'll weave it into an answer if I get anything that will help the House. I'll certainly come back, but if I'm able to update the House as we go along, I'll endeavour to do so, so that others can then ask questions about that.
Colin Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's commitment to ensuring that decisions about Ukraine will not be taken without Ukraine and to upholding Ukraine's sovereignty. Yet we know that Russia is trying to use this negotiation to undermine not only Ukraine's but Europe's future security. So in light of the negotiations ongoing, will the Prime Minister confirm that any future deal will reject Russia's references to, and I quote, ambiguities over the last 30 years, which is code for unravelling NATO back to 1997, and reject attempts to determine which nations may join NATO or where NATO may put its military assets?
Can I thank him for that, because we must always remember this is about Europe as well as being about Ukraine, and Putin's ambitions are not limited to Ukraine, as the bordering countries are intensely aware, and therefore it is important that we see this for what it is and act accordingly as European allies.
Jenna Baxter.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this developing situation, but we do know that at least 19,546 children from Ukraine have been stolen by Russia, sent to over 400 locations across 8 time zones. We know that 1.6 million children in the occupied territories are being subject to militarisation and indoctrination. We know that 200 military training camps turn Ukrainian children into Russian soldiers. And we know that 1 in 10 of the children who have been rescued from Russia have reported that they've been sexually abused. So, can the Prime Minister remind President Trump that behind every one of those figures is a child? And can he assure the House that any peace plan that's agreed will deliver the safe return of all the Ukrainian children who have been stolen? And that Russia will be held to account for the war crimes that they continue to commit.
Can I thank her for her campaigning and all of her efforts to keep a constant light on this appalling situation. It is shocking that Russia is treating these children as a weapon of war, kidnapping and subjecting them to all sorts of abuse and ill treatment. And we are doing and must do everything we can to safeguard these children and to get them back to their families where they belong.
Sir Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I ask the Prime Minister to focus on the question of effective security guarantees? Security guarantees only deter aggression if there is no doubt that the guarantor will act in accordance with the guarantee he has given. And therefore, if there is a security guarantee to unoccupied Ukraine, it is absolutely essential that the guarantor has some forces on the ground, because otherwise a guarantee to an unoccupied region that is a strategic vacuum can lead to a wider war by miscalculation by the killer in the Kremlin.
Well, can I thank him for his question? That's why we've done so much work with the Coalition of Willing in relation to the capability and the planning for land, air and sea, with detailed plans now, which are they're as advanced as they can be until we know what the next stage of the proceedings are. It's also why we and I have worked so hard with the US to get a US security guarantee going alongside the coalition of the willing, so that the two go together. And he'll have seen that that is part of the discussion in Geneva, on which we've managed to make some progress.
Fleur Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join many others here today in welcoming the recent progress on the war in Ukraine and at the G20 in Geneva and most recently. Putin is continuing to circumvent sanctions by other countries. Will the coalition of the willing work with those other countries, as the Prime Minister has explained will happen, to ensure that the money is cut off that's continuing to fuel the war and will enable a just and lasting peace and rebuilding of Ukraine?
Well, I thank her for her question. This question of sanctions is absolutely vital, and bearing down on any individuals trying to circumvent those sanctions. And that's why we put in place the sanctions and the measures behind the sanctions, and we work with allies to make them enforceable.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to begin by stating that those on the far right who parrot the views of Putin and those on the far left who seek to undermine NATO are no friends of Ukraine. Now, I was pleased in the Prime Minister's statement to hear the unequivocal approach he's taken to responsibility in this regard, and rightly pinning it on one person, Vladimir Putin. He did, however, equivocate in relation to his response to the Leader of the Opposition with regards to the G8. Now, Katja Kallas from the European Union was very clear in her comments this morning that Russia cannot be in the G8. She said definitely not. Surely he agrees with that.
Well, look, I mean, Russia's the aggressor here, and obviously these are questions for the G7 to determine. But I can tell him the focus is very much on the process at the moment, which is getting the ceasefire and getting an end to this conflict. Can I join him in his question, in the point he makes about those on the left? Because the Green Party, of course, says we should pull out of NATO at a moment like this. They also say, by the way, that they would make renting a property landlords unlawful, but selling drugs lawful. I have to say, I find that a little odd outside the school gate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week in Rochdale, I joined our proud Ukrainian community to mark the Holodomor, which was Stalin's forced famine of millions of Ukrainians in the 1930s. There's a modern-day Holodomor been going on in Ukraine thanks to the drone strikes and airstrikes of Putin's regime. So does he share my disgust, absolute disgust, at the treacherous actions of the former leader of Reform in Wales, who had lined his own pockets with cash from the Russian regime? And does he agree that Reform UK's refusal to carry out a full investigation just proves they really are Putin's poodles?
Well, can I agree with him? This is clearly a really serious case. If any other party would want to investigate to assure itself that how did this happen? This is not a minor transgression. This is something that's now been visited with a 10-year sentence because it undermines our country. Surely the Reform leadership will want to know, how did that happen on their watch? And also, what other links are there between their party and Russia? No wonder they're Putin-friendly. How on earth could they respond to a situation like this? There's no point standing up and saying you support Ukraine if within your own party you are pro-Russian.
Sandra Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's role in marshalling European cooperation is essential and very welcome. Would it not be obscene and unconscionable for any country, indeed one that is one of the permanent five at the United Nations, that has invaded their neighbour, murdered its citizens, to get away with it, to profit from it, let alone rejoining the G7? Mr. Speaker, have we not seen this film before? Do we not know how it ends?
Yes. I'm grateful for him for raising this. That is why it is really important that we make the case for and ensure that it's a just and lasting peace, because we have seen this before. We've seen agreements brokered before without security guarantees, with the inevitable result that Putin will go again. And that's why, in relation to all of the principles I've been operating on, setting up the coalition willing, and in all my discussions, it's got to be a just and lasting peace. It's got to be one that actually deters Putin from doing this again, because we know that without that deterrence, without those consequences, he has the ambition to go again, and he will go again, and we must guard against that.
Uma Kumaran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for his steadfast leadership on Ukraine? My constituent, Roxolana, is one of the tens of thousands of Ukrainian families with a loved one missing under special circumstance. Families who don't know if their loved ones are detained, a prisoner of war, or even alive. It's likely Russia has not notified the ICRC on the status of thousands more prisoners of war. Yeah. On behalf of Roxolana and of all the Ukrainian families I met this weekend at St Mary's Ukrainian School, can the Prime Minister assure this House that the UK will support every effort to ensure that Russia complies with international humanitarian law regarding the treatment and identification of prisoners of war who are their loved ones and their families?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank her for raising this, and also for her work bearing down on this, in particular the meeting she had at the weekend. This is a really serious issue. We are raising it with our allies. It is further evidence of the total disregard that Russia has for any of the principles of war, even in an unjust war, and we will continue to bear down on it.
Gavin Robertson.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 18 months, the Prime Minister has shown himself to be influential and purposeful at significant times in this crisis, so I thank him for that. Mr. Speaker, whilst events may be superseding the statement this afternoon, there are some principles that should not change. Aggression must not be rewarded. Violence should not pay. There has always been an alternative to violence. But when the Prime Minister says rightly that there should be a just and a lasting peace, does he recognise that it may be difficult to sell a lasting peace to the people of Ukraine if so-called allies are forcing President Zelensky to accept an encroachment on his sovereign territory, and that those allies should be robustly defending Ukraine rather than allowing so-called friends to allow the loss of territory?
Well, can I thank him and give him my assurance that I'm acutely aware of the need for this to be a lasting peace for Ukrainians, that is a large part of my discussion with President Zelensky as to how we bring that about. But I'm extremely mindful of the fact this has to be just and lasting for the Ukrainians who didn't start this war, don't want this war, have suffered hugely under this war, and need to be reassured that if there is a peace, it is going to last, and they're not going to be subject to the same thing in just a few years' time.
Demnia Griffith.
much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I very much commend my right honourable friend's efforts to engage our allies in support for Ukraine. And does he agree that resolve, unity and support from the West is absolutely vital to give Ukraine the guarantees that it needs for a lasting peace? And how optimistic is he, therefore, about the resolve and commitment that he will secure from the Coalition of the Willing later today?
Well, I'm grateful to it. I'm very confident about the assurance from the Coalition of the Willing because we've already agreed plans between the countries and the Coalition of the Willing that are as advanced now as they can be until we know the next stage of the process. Obviously, what I want to ensure is that that is forged or welded together with US guarantees alongside of the Coalition of the Willing, which will be then the strongest possible guarantees.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister welcomed the inclusion in the 28-point peace plan of security guarantees. Point 10 of the proposed plan says if Russia invades Ukraine, it would lead to a decisive, coordinated military response. Who would coordinate that response, and what does the Prime Minister anticipate would be the UK's part in it?
I thank him for his question. Without going to the details, but the plans that the Coalition of Willing have drawn up are about capability and coordination and command structures, and therefore a huge amount of military work has gone into exactly how that would operate in practice. So these aren't simply countries saying, here's some capability that I'm prepared to put on the table, as it were. They're military plans capable of being put into effect when they're needed.
Joe Powell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for all his efforts on ramping up the economic pressure on Putin, including oil and gas and the shadow fleet. On the $300+ billion of Russian sovereign banking assets in the West, we know there are a few holdouts in the European Union who don't want to mobilise this loan backed by those assets as a down payment on reparations. Could he update us on what progress has been made to get that over the line and get that money moving?
Yeah.
Well, I thank him, and a proposal has been put forward in relation to how the assets could possibly be used. Obviously, that does require a high level of agreement by various interested parties. That's why extensive discussions are going on as to how we can make that progress. But there's no pretending that it's simple and straightforward. It isn't, but that shouldn't stop us trying to make further progress.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I understand that the order of the day when dealing with Mr. Trump is flattery. I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, that 42 years of experience in this House haven't yet qualified me for that level of sycophancy. The presentation of a Kremlin wish list by the White House as a peace plan is risible, something that the Prime Minister has indicated rather more elegantly than I am myself. Would the Prime Minister seriously consider, if necessarily unilaterally, ensuring that the legislation goes through so that the frozen Russian assets can be used to support the Ukrainian war effort?
On the assets, I do want to make progress. My strong view is that if we're to make progress, it's better that as many countries as possible act at the same time. And that's what we're trying to achieve. If we do that, obviously, we will take whatever steps are necessary. But at the moment, my focus is on those discussions to try to progress this discussion, which has been difficult and fraught with risk, but nonetheless there is a willingness, I think, to move forward on it. And then other discussions I had in the margins of the G20 were with countries outside of Europe to see whether they will act at the same time along with us if we get that far, because I do think it's important to do so.
Alex Barris-Curtis.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very proud to represent Cardiff West in this place. Nathan Gill, the former leader of Reform UK and Wales, was elected to serve the people of Wales in the European Parliament. But as we now know, he served not only himself, but the interests of Russia, having admitted not one, not two, but 8 counts of bribery, and is now serving 10.5 years in imprisonment. So I know the Prime Minister will join me in condemning this treachery, but will he also join me in demanding that the leader leadership of Reform UK, who unfortunately typically can't be present here today, launch that independent investigation into this act of treason?
Well, he puts the point very powerfully, and it must be uncomfortable to hear this for the Reform Party. This is completely undermining our national security. It can't be right for a political party represented in this House to simply close their eyes and ears to this. There has to be an investigation. There has to be a level of reassurance that there aren't other links to Russia within the Reform Party and how this came about in the first place. And so his question is very good. It should be deeply uncomfortable for Reform MPs to be sitting in this House, hearing this, knowing they're sitting on their hands and doing absolutely nothing about it.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I remind the House that last year I personally donated a 5-figure sum, bought a pickup truck, filled it with first aid supplies, and drove it with other friends and colleagues to Ukraine and donated it to the brave soldiers of Ukraine. So my support and Reform support for Ukraine has been rock solid, Prime Minister, throughout. And it is important that this House is united, which it is, Madam Deputy Speaker. And last week, when the 28-point plan emerged, we rejected it immediately. Just yesterday, Prime Minister, I was with a Ukrainian delegation, and we were talking specifically about the leverage that the European nations has with regard to the frozen assets, the majority of which, of course, are here in Europe. So would I urge the Prime Minister, amongst all of the noise, to utilise that leverage, because that, I think, is one of the most powerful negotiating points that the West has against the vile dictator Putin.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he could have stood up and said that Reform's seen sense and decided they will have an investigation in relation to what happened in this bribery case. And I don't doubt that he drove and personally committed in relation to support. But the simple fact is this: you can't be pro-Putin and pro-Ukraine. You have to decide between the two, and Reform is pro-Putin, and that is why they undermine. Well, they've just been convicted, a 10-year sentence for bribe, for what? Taking pro-Russian bribes. It couldn't be clearer than that, and an unwillingness to say we need to investigate how on earth that happened. Can he not see the inconsistency in what he's saying?
Rachel Maskell, and then I'll be calling Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is feared that the brutality in El Fasher will only intensify and also spread to Tooele and beyond if international action isn't convened and focused on the resolutions that are needed, not least to stop the incursions with drones supplied via the UAE and mercenaries as well. Could the Prime Minister say more about what happened in South Africa to put that focus which is necessary, and what the next steps are to stop the expansion of the atrocities we're witnessing in Sudan?
Can I thank you for raising Sudan, because what was an appalling situation is even more appalling over recent days and weeks. And we discussed it pretty extensively in the G20 and support the work that the Quad is doing in relation to this. And that is aimed predominantly at a ceasefire and the provision of humanitarian aid. This is the worst humanitarian situation in the world, and bringing about a better resolution. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I just do my best to update the House in relation to the news? As I understand it, and this is coming to me secondhand, so I'm not, if this turns out to be not entirely accurate, I hope the House will forgive me. I'll come back and correct the record. But my understanding is this is not a new agreement. It is Ukraine confirming they're happy with the draft that emerged in Geneva yesterday, which of course doesn't cover the question of territory. So my best understanding is this is a confirmation of basically what came out of Geneva, that it isn't a new set of proposals or agreements in any way. So I think that's what it is. If I get more information, I'll update the House and we can discuss it in due course.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The
Prime Minister talks of having extensive discussions about limiting the export of oil and gas from Russia. This is the engine that is driving the machine of the war effort from Russia. The Danish waters could offer the key to killing the shadow fleet. With an international convention regulating the shipping going through those straits, that would stop the shadow fleet and stop a significant part of this shadow fleet activity supporting Russia. It would also drive environmental support for this area with the stronger regulations with this convention. What consideration has the Prime Minister and his colleagues given to this?
Can I thank him for raising this, because how we deal with the shadow fleet is something we discuss regularly, and Danish authorities could do a lot and do a lot in their waters, as do Norway and other countries in the region, and we are looking at what further we could do in relation to the shadow fleet, because his underlying point is hugely important, which is the oil and gas are fuelling Russia's aggression here, and that's why we need to ensure that oil and gas is taken off the market. That can only happen if we deal, amongst other things, with the shadow fleet.
Graham Downing.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Prime Minister for his continued support of Ukraine. Can I, furthermore, going back to the announcement at the G20 regarding the £4 billion deal with Indonesia, can I thank the Prime Minister for his efforts in securing that maritime partnership programme for Babcock, which will benefit people in my constituency, securing hundreds of jobs. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that that is testament to the skills and experience of the workforce at Rosyth, and will he continue to do everything that he can to support shipbuilding in Scotland and at Rosyth in particular?
This is such an important point, because winning these deals, whether it's the Indonesia deal that we finally finished concluding whilst we're at the G20, or the Norway frigate deal as well, it is only possible for us as a country to conclude those deals where we have to compete against others in the world. The frigate deal was against France, Germany and the United States because of the quality of the workforce, their professionalism and commitment to delivering on time. And that is why, after the Norway frigate deal, I went up to the Clyde to see the workforce, to say thank you to them for putting me in a position where we could secure that deal. And I'd be grateful if he passes that on to his constituents.
Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, signals matter. Right now, Putin thinks he's getting his own way. So, regarding even the answers the Prime Minister has given about the G7, can I just ask the Prime Minister, as a point of principle, would he sit around a table if the indicted war criminal Putin was sat at it?
No, I wouldn't. And I took my first opportunity at the United Nations Security Council when I was there last year, my first opportunity as Prime Minister, to be very, very clear as to where I stand in relation to, in that case, the Security Council, but the principle applies elsewhere. You cannot be or subscribe to international law and the UN Charter if you're in breach of it by this illegal war.
Patricia Ferguson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for the work he is doing to secure peace in Ukraine, and I also thank him for his very good comments about BAE Systems, which is partially located in my constituency of Glasgow West. Point 24 of the Trump plan indicates that one of the things that should happen as part of that plan is that all civilian detainees and hostages will be returned, including children. The kidnapping of children is such a heinous thing to do, and a war crime in and of itself, that surely, as a mark of good faith, Putin shouldn't wait for any agreement on this plan or other plans, but should release those children immediately. And in saying that, I pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Paisley and Renfrew South, for the work she has done over many months on this issue. But would he also agree with me that point 26 of that plan, which says that all parties involved in this conflict will receive full amnesty for their actions during the war and agree not to make any claims or consider any complaints in the future, cannot be tolerated?
Well, can I agree with her on both fronts? Of course, these children should be released straight away. They should never have been taken in the first place, and it's heartbreaking as well as intolerable that they're held for a moment longer. And as for amnesty, no, I do not agree with amnesty for Putin and others for their illegal acts.
Dr Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm deeply concerned that it appears that American negotiators have been listening more to the unreasonable demands of the Russian aggressors rather than to the security needs of the Ukrainians. Can the Prime Minister assure me that in his conversations with President Trump, he has made absolutely clear that the voices of Ukrainians have to be front and centre in securing any just and lasting peace?
I can assure her that in all my discussions, the principles I set out to the House, that matters on the future of Ukraine must be for Ukraine, have been the guiding principles in everything that we've done.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his statement and actions. If we do achieve peace, which we're all hoping we do, the efforts to rebuild Ukraine cannot just be about infrastructure. They have to also be focused on rebuilding people's lives, from those who have been devastatingly injured, those who've lost loved ones, and civil society, which has been really tested. What will the UK government do to make sure that there is the funding and support in place to allow not only the rebuilding of buildings, but the rebuilding of civil society?
I thank her for her question. She's right, it won't be just about rebuilding infrastructure. It will be about the rebuilding of society. And that's why I was really pleased last year to sign the 100-year agreement we had with Ukraine, which was intended to and does show that this isn't an agreement just for the duration of the conflict, but is something that goes well beyond the conflict to the lasting relationship that I hope we will have between our two countries.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I was very pleased that the Prime Minister also mentioned Sudan, and we can't be blind to Russia's malign interest there or indeed across the Sahel. But can I ask him specifically what discussions he had with Prime Minister Modi about his approach both to Russian oil, but also to what appear to be his overly friendly social media posts towards President Putin?
Well, I won't disclose all the details of my discussions, but he can rest assured that the principles that I've set out to the House guide me in all of those discussions.
Rupert Hook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his statement and updating us all while this is obviously a fast-moving situation. Last week at the OSCE, we harrowingly heard from our Ukrainian counterparts how 20,000 children have been abducted by Russia since this war began. So can I ask him again to reiterate that in the just and lasting peace that we all seek, that they are at the centre of all this, and to send a clear and immediate message, as Pink Floyd might have put it, hey, Putin, leave those kids alone.
Well, I agree with the principle she puts forward. I'm not sure I'll put it quite in the terms she does, but I think the sentiment is one that's shared. But I mean, you know, this is just the idea of kidnapping children as an act of war and a weapon of war is just so disgusting, frankly, that we should do absolutely everything we can, not only to ensure that the children are safe and secure in return, but also there's full accountability.
Matt Pritchard.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Prime Minister for his statement? But if I may, just sort of, Madam Deputy Speaker, caution the Prime Minister. I understand that the reports that were referred to by the Honourable Member for Leeds North West are a single source US official, unnamed, and I just think that we might be falling into a trap here that others want us to fall into, and that is bouncing the Ukrainians ahead of an arbitrary deadline of Thanksgiving Day. So I think we need to ensure that officials and all of us are able to verify sources and corroborate, even if they are reported in the mainstream media and repeated in the United Kingdom. So therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm still allowed, I believe, to ask the question, what reassurance can the Prime Minister give the people of this country, and indeed Ukraine, that President Trump's very bad 28-point plan is not now replaced by a bad 19-point plan, because we all know from history that both Ukraine, Europe the United Kingdom, and even our allies, the United States, will rue the day that we roll over for Putin. Because if we reward the aggressor, we know that history tells us they come back for more.
Well, can I thank him? And my instinct is with him on the breaking news. I spoke to President Zelensky about 4 hours ago, and I've obviously spoken to him extensively, so I've got a pretty good sense of where he's at on this. I'm intending to speak to him again this afternoon, but I think... I'm sorry? Well, my instinct is that this probably isn't anything of greater significance than what was coming out of yesterday. If it is, of course, I'll make another statement. But I spoke to him this morning and got a very clear sense of where he's at. I'm intending to speak to him again this afternoon. We've got the coalition of willing. If there is anything, I will, of course, update the House. But he's right to caution the underlying point he makes, which is that we must hold to the principle that matters about the future of Ukraine are for Ukraine. And that means we must be engaging as extensively as we are with the President and the Ukrainians to make sure that every step of the way we are taking into account in a practical sense that matters for Ukraine must be for Ukraine. That can only happen if we're talking to them in the way that we are.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I refer members to my register of interest and thank the Prime Minister for the leadership he has shown on Ukraine. Madam Deputy Speaker, Year 6 students from St Margaret Clitheroe School in Bracknell have written to me to express their deep concern about the ongoing crisis we're seeing in Sudan. So can I thank the Prime Minister for his leadership at the G20 on this conflict and ask him what message he has for St Margaret Clitheroe students who are concerned about this deep tragedy.
Well, can he please pass the message back to them to say thank you for raising this. It is important that they've done so, and the fact that they raised it with him means it's been now raised through him on the floor of this House, so they're directly inputting into our democracy and accountability, and assure them that we are working with partners to bring about an end to the appalling situation in Sudan, the biggest humanitarian crisis in the world, and not just of recent days and weeks, but for a very long time, just simply worse and more intense, and that if we could reassure them we're doing everything we can with partners to bring an end to this awful situation, and thank them for their input.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister referred to Putin's barbaric attacks on civilian energy infrastructure. What discussions has he had with his G20 counterparts about learning from Ukraine's experience to protect energy supplies and infrastructure from Russian hostile action?
Well, firstly, thank her for raising this, because the attacks on the energy supplies are intended to inflict damage on civilians in Ukraine, as it does on a regular basis, particularly as we go into the winter. We're doing two things. We're working with the Ukrainians on what more support we can give to them to safeguard their energy supplies, but of course with allies we're looking at where there are any issues that we need to address in relation to any vulnerabilities that we may have.
Laura Kirk-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his updates on the G20 and in particular for his commitment to the Global Fund, which I think we should be really proud of. I was also very pleased to see Sudan referenced in the joint declaration of the G20 leaders. As the Prime Minister has said, it's the world's worst humanitarian crisis, but we're also seeing appalling accounts of war crimes. So can I ask what more the Prime Minister will now do with global partners to secure a ceasefire, protect civilians and hold the warring parties to account for their crimes?
Well, can I thank her for her question? In particular, the Global Fund is so important. She heard the statistics that I went through. In relation to the wider situation, the focus is very much on a cessation of hostilities and humanitarian support, which is desperately needed.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Prime Minister agree with many assessments that make clear that Russia is actually in a far weaker position than President Putin pretends, so long as we continue to support the war effort in Ukraine? But that also depends upon us developing more independent, non-American capability, and the best way to do that is to fund the Ukrainians to develop their own capabilities so that they can continue to defend their own country.
Well, can I thank him for that, because it is important that we make clear that Russia is in a much weaker position than they pretend. And we should always remember that the early briefings and intelligence in relation to this conflict were that Russia would achieve its end in a matter of a few weeks at the very beginning of the war. Here we are nearly 4 years in, and because of the fearless defence of the Ukrainians, supported by others, that hasn't been the case. Secondly, in relation to the damage to their economy that sanctions and other financial issues are having, that has done real damage if you look at the inflation rate and the impact on their economy. But his central point is really important because the plans of the coalition of the willing are premised on Ukraine having the capability that it needs, around which the plans that we've put in place would operate, not as a substitute or as an alternative, but actually based on Ukraine having the ability and capability within Ukraine to do what it needs to do to safeguard and self-protect.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Trains, planes and submarines. The Prime Minister put the pride of Derby manufacturing front and centre of his G20. Millions saw him on a train made in Derby, halfway around the world in Johannesburg, showing the world what our city is famous for. Will he tell us more about what the deals he secured means for my constituents who work at Rolls-Royce and in the rail sector? And will he continue his focus on winning international deals for more high productivity, high skills, high wage jobs?
That she's an incredible champion for Derby, and it was really incredible to be in Johannesburg, sitting in a train that had been made in Derby. And it is very significant that countries around the world want to do deals with the United Kingdom because of the quality of our workforce, the professionalism and commitment of all those that work in Derby in her particular case, but in other workforces across the country. Those particular trains are going to be used for the run to the airport and back, and so they're going to be relied on very, very heavily in South Africa. But the idea, I was very proud that other countries are saying it's the UK we now want to do deals with, as she says, whether that's in relation to frigates, whether it's in relation to submarines or trains. And she should be very proud of the workforce in Derby, and if she could pass on my thanks to them for allowing us to do this work, I'd be very grateful.
Anne Davies.
Madam Llefarydd, and thank you, Prime Minister, for your statement. It's reported in the draft deal notes that it is expected Russia will not invade its neighbours. It's not expected is wholly inadequate when we cannot place our trust in the words of leaders such as Vladimir Putin. What steps is the Prime Minister taking to ensure that this agreement includes clear, enforceable safeguards, and what measures are being implemented to strengthen UK's resilience against Russian interference?
Can I thank her? Look, in relation to the security guarantees, the planning has taken place at the Coalition of the Willing. That needs to be put together with the US guarantee to make sure that it's not an expectation that Putin doesn't invade Ukraine again. It's an absolutely clear message that if he does again, there will be consequences, because it's only if that is in place with strong guarantees and credibility that we will be able to deter Putin, because without them, as we've seen from the past, he simply will breach any agreement that's reached in due course in the future. In relation to interference in our democracy, we need to bear down on Russian interference in our democracy, and we'll continue to do so.
Darkiel Crichton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my friend, the Scottish journalist Jen Stout, has just returned from the grey zone between Russian and Ukrainian forces, where to try and evacuate the wounded or even wander outside for a moment is to invite death from the sky by drones. The message she brings back from Ukrainians on the front line is that they will not give up this territory that they have defended for years. And will the Prime Minister ensure that the message that comes from here, apart from the Lord Haw-Haws paid by Putin, is that their front line is our front line, and that Ukrainian sovereignty must be respected, and that we will stand with Ukraine?
Can I thank him? And he's absolutely right. The change in the use of drone warfare over the course of the last 3 to 4 years has been very accelerated, very intense, to the point now, as he really reflects, that if you're seen, you're dead. And that is the effect of drone warfare, and everybody on the front line absolutely understands that. Tens of thousands have been lives have been lost defending particular lines, in Donetsk in particular. And I will never forget visiting a hospital in Kyiv where I met those that had been burnt very badly on the front line and were receiving treatment in those hospitals, which was a very poignant reminder of the impact this is having on Ukrainians. And it is no wonder that they are not going to give that up after so much sacrifice.
Sir Desmond Swain.
What indication was there that Putin would accept even the earlier iteration of this agreement?
Very good question.
Well, I'm not able to say because I've not been involved in any discussions with Putin as he would have expected. But I mean, the main thing is to be clear that the draft was not acceptable in a number of respects, but did have essential elements which are going to be required, which is why the work is being done to ensure that we get to a place that is acceptable to Ukraine and then can be used as a basis, I hope, of some sort of negotiated outcome.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I strongly welcome the Prime Minister's emphasis on a just and lasting peace. Does he agree that while it is noble to want the fighting to stop, in any conflict this can always be achieved by giving in to the aggressor's demands? And history shows that this is not peace, it is appeasement. Does he further agree that Ukraine must not be forced to give up its territory and long-term security needs, not only for their defence, but because this would weaken the very principles of sovereignty and the rules-based system, endangering us all?
Can I agree with the principles he set out and assure him that I'll make the point at the meeting of the coalition this afternoon that I always make when we meet, which is whilst we are working for peace and trying to put in place security guarantees, we must not let up on keeping Ukraine in the fight now. It is a big mistake, and I do worry that because of the hope of peace, it is always possible that the focus goes off the fact that Ukraine needs support now to stay in the fight, and we must never lose that focus.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister's statement says that Putin continues to seek to undermine our security. So when a deal is done to the satisfaction of Ukraine, can the Prime Minister give this House an assurance that the defence and the preparations for our security against Putin, because he won't give up, will continue in regards to the work that we continue to do?
I can give him that reassurance, but I'll give him the reassurance that we won't wait until there's some agreement in place to ensure that. We're taking those measures now.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and on behalf of my constituents, can I congratulate the Prime Minister in demonstrating UK leadership by supporting the Ukrainian government and President Zelensky to turn the 28-point peace plan, which very much appears to have been authored by Russia, into a much more acceptable 19-point peace plan, which clearly needs to be built on. Does the Prime Minister agree with me, and again the majority of my constituents who contact me, that it's vital the UK and Europe remain absolutely steadfast in their support for Ukraine to achieve a lasting and just peace?
I do agree with him and his constituents, and we are doing everything we can to ensure that. It is remarkable that through the coalition of willing, which is mainly European countries, but not just European countries, Japan and Canada and Australia were centrally involved in our discussions over the weekend. There's been such a singular purpose in supporting Ukraine.
Ben Opsejecti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I appreciate that this statement might be being outpaced by events outside of this chamber. But negotiating this peace deal with Russia seems to be at odds with nearly 4 years of steadfast military support. The overriding message is that the rules-based order means nothing, that we'll acquiesce to countries that breach sovereign borders, and actions no longer have consequences. The Prime Minister may as well be waving a piece of paper at Heston Aerodrome. The message this sends to our adversaries, and specifically the message it sends to China, is that the West will be too weak to take action if China invades Taiwan. He mentioned earlier that Russia will face consequences if it invades again. So when he says a just and lasting peace, what consequences will Russia face for their current actions, or can they act with impunity?
we had a pretty good tone up until now, but I'm not here waving some piece of paper. I'm working with Ukraine to try and bring about a just and lasting peace for them, and with other countries. We all want a just and lasting peace. It's not just going to happen if we don't have negotiations. So we have to have those negotiations with clear principles about accountability and with very, very strong security guarantees. But he's really not doing this House a service to undermine a really serious effort by international partners to bring about a just and lasting peace. It's very easy to speak in this House. It's much harder in practice to negotiate an end to a conflict on just grounds. We will do so, as we've done so from beginning to end, as the last government did, in all fairness, by being clear that we are the closest ally of Ukraine, the most supportive country, and I'm very proud that that's the approach we've taken in this House.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister rightly said in his statement that Putin continues to seek to undermine our security. Efforts that were aided and abetted by Reform's Nathan Gill when he took Russian bribes. He is a traitor to this country. Can I ask the Prime Minister how plausible he thinks it is that that would be an isolated incident? And does he think that Reform's refusal to investigate their own party and find out how many more Putin puppets and traitors lurk there tells its own story?
The way I would put it is this: if the leadership of Reform were confident that there are no other pro-Russia activities and links in their party, they would surely want to have the investigation. The very fact that they won't look at this tells me that they're not confident of that and they don't want any of us to know about it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, will the Prime Minister reassure my constituents in Yeovil that he will oppose any peace deal that rewards Russia for its aggression, whether that is carving up Ukraine's territory or allowing Russia to join the G7, because if Putin gets what he wants, this will never end?
Well, I can reassure his constituents that we'll absolutely fight for a just outcome and a lasting outcome, and he can tell his constituents that we're working very, very closely with the Ukrainians on this, as we've always done, supporting Ukraine for as long as they may need.
Chris Vins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his statement today and his continued leadership on a global scale, but particularly in terms of Ukraine. Can I also welcome his statement with regards to the investment this government is going to put into the Global Health Fund? And I absolutely recognise the importance of tackling HIV, tackling malaria and tackling TB. But can I put a personal plea in for my Harlow constituency, Anne Strike, a Paralympian and a polio victim, to continue to lead on the world stage in the eradication of polio? We are so close, but global conflicts like Ukraine obviously meaning that we're seeing more incidents of polio in future.
He's a proud champion for Harlow, and I'm very pleased that he's raised polio in that context and linked it to his constituency, because we mustn't lose sight of the devastating impact of polio, of HIV, of AIDS and TB, and they're having a devastating effect across the globe, and they are a threat to us as well if we don't act.
Dr. Danny Chambers.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister for his reaffirming his commitment to the Global Fund. I actually secured a backbench business debate about that last week, so we really do appreciate that. The Army Training Regiment in Winchester trains about 20% of new recruits, puts them through the basic training, and I was actually there last week at the Passing Out Parade. It is scheduled to close next summer in 2026, and the replacement facilities in Perborough are not due to open until 2030 at the earliest, although we've heard that's going to be delayed. Will the Prime Minister review this decision? Because a 4-year gap between one facility closing and another opening when we're rightly trying to increase troop numbers doesn't really make sense to anyone.
Can I thank him for raising that issue? And I haven't got the details to hand, but what I will do is make sure that in written form I get him a full answer in relation to the points he's raising.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I know that many of the Ukrainian refugees in my constituency have welcomed the continuity between the previous government and the current government and its support for Ukraine. President Zelensky is under great pressure at the moment from some within the American administration to accept an unreasonable deal. And will the Prime Minister assure us that he will give his commitment to the President of Ukraine to ensure that he does not have to give in to the unreasonable demands of land surrender, of restricting the ability to defend itself in future, and also Russia not paying for the crimes which they've committed in Ukraine? It's important for Ukraine, but it's also important to send that message out to Russia that we will not reward the aggressor.
Well, I agree with him, and I give him that reassurance, and that's why we're working as closely as we are with the Ukrainians, particularly the President, but at all levels.
Vicky Slade.
Deputy Speaker, can I refer the House Register of Interest as a host of a Ukrainian? Given the growing instability around the world, the absence of the US President at G20 and COP30, how will the Prime Minister use the close relationship between the UK and America to ensure that Trump doesn't undermine the ability of global partnerships and agencies to keep us all safe from all types of problems ahead?
Well, I'm grateful to her, and it's very important that we make the case for multilateral work across the globe, whether that's G20 or COP30, and we will constantly make that case, because it's very important for a rules-based system across the world, of which the UN is one, and the principles of war are another, but it is also in our own interest as the United Kingdom.
Jim Allister.
The Prime Minister has told the House today that he and the United Kingdom will never falter in support of Ukraine. Does that mean that the United Kingdom is not part of the pressure on Ukraine to concede territory already occupied? And how could the ceding of territory be other than the rewarding of terrorism, the rewarding of aggression, and the whetting of the appetite of the aggressor?
Well, the approach we've taken is based on the principles I've set out to the House, and is absolutely rooted in what the Ukrainians want out of this, and that is why we are speaking and working so extensively with them in relation to these negotiations. But all matters about the future of Ukraine have to be for Ukraine, and that is the guiding principle in everything I've been doing.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was pleased to see Sudan was included in the G20 consensus. Could the Prime Minister lay out what that will look like in practice, as it looks like the atrocities of El Fasher are likely to be repeated in Kurdistan? What protections will be in place for the safe passage of civilians, humanitarian workers, the funding gap in assistance, and importantly, what conversations with or about states who are said to be funding the belligerents and keeping the war going, including the UAE?
Can I thank her for raising that and reassure her we're having extensive conversations with the Quad that are driving this forward on all fronts, but most immediately on the humanitarian situation, and we'll keep the House updated.
And the final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I very much thank the Prime Minister for all that he does for the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, for the Western world. It is appreciated by many. There is a plan that we all hope can end the war in Ukraine, to stop the devastation and the killings. Eyes are focused on the plan, and I think of the innocents killed, the women and the children targeted, and the massacres by Russians. We think of it, children as young as 8, women as old as 80, raped by Russian monsters. The massacres in Bathboot, where over 200 people were found in a mass grave. There's more than that. If you look in video, you can see pictures of Russian soldiers torturing people, murdering people. I would suggest that when it comes to accountability, there must be, whatever peace will bring, it has to ensure that Russians who have carried out terrible crimes are made accountable. So can the Prime Minister confirm that there will be retribution? As a Christian, I know there will be retribution in the next world, but what I want to see is retribution in this world for them, and then eternal damnation for the rest of their lives.
Thank you for raising that, and it may be the last question, but it's a really important one, in terms of the atrocities and the impact that this has had on all Ukrainians. And I remember in the early days of the conflict seeing the images of civilians handcuffed and shot in the head, laying in the streets just outside Kyiv. It was shocking. I went to those communities when I was over there and talked to the individuals, and it was their brothers, their sisters, their families, their colleagues who had had their hands tied and been shot in the head. And it fell to those individuals to pick the bodies up, to put them in shopping trolleys, wheel them to their church, and try to give them the best burial they could in the circumstances. And we should never lose sight of the human impact that these atrocities have, not only in relation to those individuals, but on all of us, myself included.
That concludes the statement, and I'll give the House a few moments for the front benches to settle. COP30, Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with permission, I would like to make a statement about the COP30 Climate Summit. The climate crisis represents the greatest long-term threat we face as a world, but the transition also represents the greatest economic opportunity of our time. At home, we're driving for clean energy and climate action because it's right for energy security, lower bills, good jobs, and growth for the British people, as well as for protecting future generations. We went to COP because with the UK representing just 1% of annual global emissions, working with other countries to tackle the climate crisis is the only way to protect our home and way of life, and because there are huge investment and export opportunities for our country by accelerating this transition globally. Madam Deputy Speaker, more than 190 countries participated in this COP to build on the progress made over more than 3 decades of global cooperation, which has seen us move from a world heading for 4 degrees or more of warming to one in which national commitments put us on course for around 2.3 to 2.5 degrees. From a world where no major economy had a net zero target to one where 80% of global GDP is covered, thanks in no small part to the leadership of the UK at COP26 in Glasgow. And from a world where a majority of energy investment was in fossil fuels to one where twice as much is invested in clean energy. Madam Deputy Speaker, the energy transition is happening, the world is moving, and multilateralism is working. The forces around the world, including here in Britain, who want to deny this crisis exists or delay the action we need to address it, are losing. But at the same time, we were in Belém conscious of the further progress that needs to be made. Our Brazilian hosts were determined to make this an implementation COP, and the negotiations served as a focal point for action. This was the first COP to be held in the Amazon, and a significant focus therefore was on protecting forests. And the UK was proud to work with Brazil to help them develop the pioneering Tropical Forest Forever facility, and work on this was moved forward at COP. The UK was also proud to work alongside the Brazilian presidency on the Global Climate Action Agenda, which is about building coalitions of governments, businesses, cities and civil society groups to accelerate action on issues including reducing methane emissions, phasing out coal, and driving investment in clean energy. Thousands of British businesses, as well as our researchers, universities, mayors and others, were involved, part of the unstoppable transition that is happening in the real economy, including here in Britain, where our net zero sectors are growing 3 times faster than the economy as a whole, and £52 billion of private investment has been announced in clean energy since July 2024. Turning to the negotiations themselves, I want to put on record my thanks to the UK's brilliant COP negotiating team, led by our chief negotiator, Kate Hughes. What I saw once again in Belém was the huge admiration there is around the world for the talent, expertise and dedication of our civil service, as well as the recognition of British climate leadership built up over many decades under governments of different political parties, the foundation of our ability to stand up for Britain on the world stage. Of course, there is a truth we must acknowledge. These summits are hard and complex. More than 190 countries negotiating how to transform their economies and societies is never going to be easy. And we didn't get everything we wanted from these talks, and there were times when it appeared there would be no agreement. But in the end, an agreement was reached, and the outcome represented progress on 3 critical issues. First, on redoubling our efforts to keep global warming to 1.5 degrees. Last year, the Prime Minister announced the UK's target for 2035 to reduce emissions by at least 81%, based on the previous government's carbon budget. Many other countries have announced commitments over the last 12 months, including China for the first time pledging to cut their emissions, alongside the EU, Brazil and a total of 120 countries covering 3/4 of global emissions. Yet we must do more to close the gap to 1.5 degrees. And recognising the urgency of action, it was agreed in the final COP30 text that all countries had to play a part to keep 1.5 degrees within reach, that this required us to meet net zero as a world by or around mid-century, and that all countries should be encouraged to raise their targets. There will now be a forward process into COP31 next year, so we remain focused on the urgency of this issue. Second, ambition on reducing emissions goes hand in hand with finance. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is in our interests because there is no route to global stability, growth and development without supporting developing countries to take the low-carbon path and to better protect their populations from the impacts of the climate crisis. In Baku at COP29 last year, countries agreed we needed to mobilise at least $300 billion per year by 2035 for developing countries and scale up towards 1.3 trillion from all sources. COP30 agreed to target a share of the global resources agreed last year towards a trebling of adaptation finance by 2035 to make sure that the developing countries had the resilience they needed. Third, we know there is no solution to the climate crisis without action on the transition away from fossil fuels. The need for this transition away was agreed by all countries at COP28 in Dubai, including by the last Conservative government. The Brazilian presidency put forward the idea of agreeing to a roadmap on this transition away so we could grapple with the difficult issues facing fossil fuel producing countries, as well as the need for a just and fair transition. And at COP30, we saw the emergence of a broad coalition of 83 countries from the global north and global south, backed by more than 140 global businesses and civil society groups that endorsed this idea of the roadmap. Now, this turned out to be the hardest sticking point in the talks, and it couldn't be agreed in the final text because some countries objected. And yet, as a result of the momentum built, the Brazilian presidency announced at the conclusion of the COP that it would launch such a roadmap on fossil fuels, as well as a roadmap to halt and reverse global deforestation. Madam Deputy Speaker, these coalitions of the willing are important when we cannot reach universal agreement, as we have seen with the Powering Past Coal Alliance initiated by Britain and Canada and now supported by 65 national governments. The COP30 agreement also took important steps forward on building carbon markets, the just transition, technology transfer and transparency on implementing commitments so countries are properly held to account. Taken together, this package represents incremental but important progress and extends the arc of the progress we have seen over 30 years of COPs. Now, this was particularly important this year because this summit was a test of whether countries would continue to work together on the collective threat we face, or whether, with the US stepping out of the Paris Agreement, there would be a domino effect of others departing. That has not happened. At COP30, more than 190 countries reaffirmed their faith in the Paris Agreement, their faith in working together to keep global warming to 1.5 degrees, and their faith in multilateralism. The message coming out of Belém was clear. Whatever the challenges, clean energy and climate action are the foundation on which the global economy is being remade and rebuilt. That is good for Britain because of the economic opportunities that clean energy represents. It's good for Britain because it's the route to energy security and lower bills, and it's good for Britain because it is the only way we can keep future generations safe from the threat of climate breakdown, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. Let's be clear, when this Secretary of State resumed office, he decided to impose the most punishing climate policies at home, because according to his argument, if we lead, then others will follow. That's why we are now the only country in the world to be shutting down our own domestic energy supply in the North Sea. That's why he's forcing us into ever higher energy bills. He has taken the most hair-shirt, ideological approach to climate policy. Thousands of jobs lost, high bills for decades. So we're not setting an example to the rest of the world. What he has created is a warning. It is now the renewable advocates at home who are raising the alarm about the folly of his plans to shut down the North Sea. They say who? Let me name them for them. Scottish Renewables, Octopus Energy, and they may have heard of this one, the chair of his very own Great British Energy. All of them have said that we have to continue to drill in the North Sea because they know there is no just transition by pulling the plug as thoughtlessly as they are doing. This is student politics, and yet thousands of Britons, they laugh. I might remind them that it was their minister that got booed when we went to Aberdeen because it is thousands of Britons who are paying the price with their jobs. Second, whilst he's been gone, it's become even clearer that it's his plans which are raising energy bills at home. Martin Lewis and all our country's biggest energy suppliers have publicly made clear that it is his costs which are now raising bills. And the truth is this: he promised the public lower bills and more jobs, when in fact his policies are destroying jobs and signing us up to higher bills for decades. That's not what the public were promised. That's why I say the real path to lower emissions is cheaper electricity. If you want people to choose electric cars or electric heating, then you need to make electricity cheap. That's why our cheap power plan would cut the cost of electricity for everyone by 20%. We have some of the cleanest but most expensive electricity in the world. Our plan would address that, and even the chair of the Select Committee has said that it merits consideration. But let me return to COP to see what he did achieve. How many countries joined his new Global Clean Power Alliance? We didn't hear of that in the statement, and that's because it's not a single one. Perhaps the terrible outcomes he's achieving at home have put them off. And worst of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, despite this conference cutting down acres of the Amazon rainforest, he chose not to support this conference's flagship forest fund. Every Conservative government since 2021 supported global funds on deforestation, but he made sure that Britain, for the first time in 4 years, did not contribute. Madam Deputy Speaker, is this not the height of hypocrisy? When people say they support environmental policy, they first and foremost mean protecting the natural world that we all cherish. Doesn't this show up his green ideology for what it is? Bureaucratic, punitive, and ultimately ineffective. His plans are completely counterproductive, so he should answer these fundamental questions. What do his plans mean for electricity bills, when everyone from Martin Lewis to Ofgem has made clear that it's his policies that are raising bills? And what assessment has he made of how damaging it is for those higher electricity bills when it comes to electrification? Because here's the rub. He's making electricity more expensive and expecting people to use it for their heating. As a plan, it is simply absurd. Second, how many more emissions will the UK count for if it is increasing its imports of LNG, gas with 4 times the emissions of the North Sea? He is driving away British jobs to import gas with higher emissions. He should explain to the House what the environmental benefit is of that. Third, how will it help climate change if AI firms which want to use gas power set up shop in some other country rather than Britain? Those data centres will still exist, just not here in Britain, thanks to his policies. Fourth, what does he say to Martin Lewis, who's made very clear that it's not gas that's the problem pushing up bills, it is his plans? And here's the problem. From our electricity price to the North Sea to AI, he is impoverishing Britain for no benefit to global emissions. This is student politics. We've become a warning, not an example to the rest of the world. And here's what he should remember. No country is going to be convinced by a moral lecture from the Secretary of State. What they're persuaded by is prosperity, and it is his hair shirt approach which is the biggest blocker to British prosperity.
Oh dear. I mean, I remember a time when the Conservative Party was serious about the COP negotiations, and serious. I mean, she had advanced sight of the statement, but she didn't ask any questions about the statement. Well, I have to say, there's a fundamental issue here, which is, do we engage internationally on how we drive the clean energy transition forward, or do we go to a series of really pretty useless talking points, which is what she chose to do? Now, let me get to her questions such as they are. She talks about jobs. Let me tell her what some of the things that have happened on jobs in the last couple of weeks. 3,000 new jobs, SMRs in North Wales, the biggest investment in North Wales in a generation. 600 promised multiple times by them, never delivered. 600 jobs in Great Yarmouth, Belfast and the North West, all thanks to our clean power plans. SSE announced thousands more jobs as part of their £33 billion investment in the UK. And all of which, and let's not forget this, all of which would be put at risk by their plan to rip up the Climate Change Act. And don't take it from me, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the words of Rain Newton-Smith, the Director General of the CBI, a backward step in achieving our shared objectives of economic growth, boosting energy security, protecting our environment and making life healthier for future generations, roundly condemned by British business. And of course, the proof of this is what we've seen in the last 15 months, when she talks about the record, more than 50 billion of investment in clean energy in Britain pledged because of our plans. She talks about bills. Of course, the problem about the Right Honourable Lady is she has learnt nothing from the disaster they imposed on the country. The worst cost of living crisis in generations in this country, and whatever. Oh, and he says because Putin invaded Ukraine. Excellent. Can I congratulate him on his sedentary intervention? Exactly. And why did prices go through the roof? And why were we so exposed? Because of our exposure to fossil fuels. And what do they want to do? And what do they want to do, Madam Deputy Speaker? They want to double down on the exposure to fossil fuels. The truth that she knows, and which the Conservative Party used to believe before they went a bit more wacky than they were before, the truth is that there is only one route to energy security in the modern world, which is clean, homegrown power that we control. And for all of everything they say, the truth is that they have learnt nothing from what happened. On the COP, let me go to the questions such as they were on the COP. By the way, she complains about the COP being held in the Amazon. I have to say to her, with the greatest of respect, I'll take President Lula's judgment about where the COP should be held rather than hers. I mean, for goodness sake, have a bit of respect for the Brazilian presidency. They decided the right thing to do was to hold the COP in the Amazon to draw attention to the issue of deforestation. And she's complaining about their decisions to make the COP possible. I mean, for goodness sake. On the point about the TFFF, we are supportive of the TFFF and we'll keep under review whether we can make a contribution. It was because of fiscal circumstances that we did not, but we're investing more than £1 billion over 5 years in countering deforestation. I'm proud of what we're doing there in relation to that and in relation to the Congo Basin. Just on the point about British leadership, I mean, she could not be more wrong, actually, about the role of Britain in relation to these things. Actually, what people are seeing is an ambitious government that is leading on these issues, and so actually there's some respect for what Britain is actually suggesting others do. And Madam Deputy Speaker, there's a record that we need to learn from here, from both parties. And I say this sort of, as politely as I can to the Conservative Party. Ambition at home is what makes possible leadership abroad. We passed the Climate Change Act in 2008, which she now wants to rip up. 60 countries followed. We put net zero into law by 2050, which she wants to rip up. Theresa May, who I praise. I mean, isn't it extraordinary? I can praise Theresa May, but the Conservative Party can't praise Theresa May. So she put net zero into law in 2050, net zero by 2050, which they want to rip up. And now 80% of global GDP it follows. Isn't there, I'll end by saying this, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a truth here, which is the Conservative Party used to aspire to global Britain. Now they have simply become the party of Little Britain, and it really, really doesn't look good.
Yeah. Chair of the Select Committee, Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, my right honourable friend reminded us of the progress that was made at COP, quite rightly. So the recommitment to limiting global warming to no more than 1.5 degrees is hugely important. He was honest that we didn't get everything we wanted as well, and that is sensible. But he also reminded us of the absolute seriousness of climate breakdown and that we must take every action possible. And that goes beyond COP, and I hope he will agree that the work continues whether we're in a COP or not. He's already started talking about energy security, which I want to link to this, because there is a worrying tendency for a loss of support for the transition. So does he agree that it is really important that we make the case, especially in the light of the ongoing aggression from Russia, and we've just had a statement, including on Ukraine, demonstrating this, that we make clear to people that energy security and climate breakdown are very strongly linked, and that the answers to both of them are the energy transition?
I think my honourable friend makes a really, really important point, and one of the reasons that we've seen this movement of support for the transition away from fossil fuels is not simply climate related, but it's energy security related. It's lots of countries, including Britain, that recognise, and the gentleman said it from the sedentary position sort of unwittingly, helpfully, that Putin's invasion of Ukraine showed the vulnerability we have by our reliance on fossil fuels. And many countries, a very striking roundtable hosted by Marina Silva, the Environment Minister in Brazil, with lots of countries of the global north and global south saying the same thing, which is, for us, the move away from fossil fuels towards homegrown clean energy is the route to energy security. So my honourable friend makes a very important point. Only other point I would make to him is he's right, these negotiations are hard, they're painstaking. You've got to look over the course of the 30 years at the progress that has been made, but it's obviously tough and different countries are in different positions, and that's what these talks are all about.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Pippa Hearings.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. COP30 was the first climate summit since the world experienced a full year of global warming above 1.5 degrees. And that is a stark reminder of the urgency that we collectively face. At home, due to extreme weather, our farmers have faced their worst harvest on record and lost billions in income from arable crops. Whilst we've seen devastating wildfires with doubling records, which have wiped out national parks and local environments that are precious to everyone. These are the costs of inaction and climate breakdown here in the UK. I was proud to be part of a cross-party group of MPs that attended this COP and to carry with me the hopes of young people in South Cambridgeshire who sent me pictures, videos and poems. And Freya, aged 11, wrote, "I don't want to just inherit my future. I want to be able to shape the decisions and actions that others are taking on my behalf because I am afraid." And I want to commend Brazil, I want to commend the Secretary of State and the UK negotiating team, all those who worked tirelessly to keep the COP process alive, despite relentless attacks from climate denialism, delay and deception. Because the multilateral system is far from perfect, but it is the best alternative we have for global cooperation on climate change. There were positives. The pledges to cut methane, recognition of the links between climate, nature and public health, the commitment to triple adaptation finance, which we know from Hurricane Melissa in Jamaica is absolutely critical, and the demonstration by business that the transition is an economic imperative and opportunity. The Global Climate Action Agenda is just so inspiring and has massive impact. But we do know that hope was not matched by delivery. There's still no credible plan to really reduce the gap between current national commitments and the reductions needed to stay below 1.5 degrees. The refusal to reference fossil fuels and the transition away in the final text, despite being the root cause of the crisis, was a staggering failure, and the PM's unexpected and inexplicable decision not to support the Tropical Forest facility was really, really disturbing, because this was what Brazil launched, an innovative facility to save tropical forests and give them a value whilst standing. Thank you.
Well, I agreed with much of what the honourable lady said, not all of it. Look, on her sort of overall point about the fact that we've got so many countries that are driving forward with action, I think she's absolutely right. On the point she makes about the gap to 1.5, she is also absolutely right. And, in a sense, part of what the future of these COPs is going to be about is each country driving others towards greater ambition. Because we know we need greater ambition. I do think it's important in this to look at also where the world has come from, because this multilateral process, it's got all kinds of maddening aspects to it, but it has definitely made progress. On the point about business, she's absolutely right. Is really striking. I think the fact of the agreement, the fact of this staying on track is an important signal to business, just like the Climate Change Act is an important signal to business here at home. On her point about the TFFF, let me just sort of say candidly, we've got a very difficult fiscal situation in this country. We have not ruled out contributing to the investing in the TFFF in the future. It's obviously something, as the PM said, that we will keep under review. And just overall, I'll just end by saying to her, I just want to thank her for her support on this issue, because as much as possible, we want to keep as much of the cross-party consensus as we can on this really important matter.
Sarah Coombs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was part of that same cross-party delegation to COP in Belém, and we were proud to meet with parliamentarians all over the world who are absolutely invested in the COP process and still absolutely believe in its importance. I was struck by how many conversations we had about the UK's enduring global leadership on climate change, from our landmark Climate Change Act in 2008 under the last government to our clean energy policies today. It's not just about driving down carbon emissions and climate change, it's also about Britain's role in the world. So will the Secretary of State commit for Britain to continue leading the way on driving down carbon emissions and saving our planet, and continue to make the case that this action is making life in Britain for British people safer and cheaper?
I think my honourable friend is entirely right about this. With us as 1% of global emissions, as I said in my statement, engaging with the world is just incredibly important. There is huge respect for Britain on these issues, and to pay credit to some of what the actions under the last government, Lord Sharma, Theresa May, the different actions that were taken have built a legacy of British leadership, and it's incredibly important to build on that.
Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister, Secretary of State, also some questions on the Tropical Forest Forever facility. And I'm glad that the Secretary of State is proud of the previous government's actions and its innovation in setting up that facility. He's explained that there is a tough fiscal situation, and that is why the government is currently not committing to that fund. But it's disappointing in this statement. There's only one sentence, really, on the TFFF, and it does conclude that work on this was moved forward at COP, and that's a quote. Would the Secretary of State please update this House? What specifically was moved forward at COP in relation to the TFFF, and when will decisions be made in the future about a financial commitment to that facility?
Well, I thank him for his question. I'm very happy to expand on what I said in my statement. Look, we've worked under the previous government and under this government, and particularly in the last year, on the design of the TFFF with the Brazilian government. Work was moved forward because a number of countries did pledge investment in the TFFF, and there were lots of discussions around the side and indeed at the World Leaders Summit around the TFFF and the innovative idea. We pledged to both keep under review our potential public financial contribution, but also continue the work with the City of London on the TFFF. And obviously that is a decision on the financial contribution. I know better than to speculate about these things because obviously relies on the Treasury and other matters, but that is obviously something that we're going to look at over the coming months.
Uma Kumaran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I too was on the cross-party delegation who attended COP alongside my friend from West Bromwich. Can I take this opportunity to wish her a happy birthday? I welcome the Prime Minister's global leadership on climate and his attendance at COP30 in Belém, and indeed the leading role that the British cross-party contingent of MPs played, our ministers, NGOs and our world-class scientists. My constituents sent me hundreds of messages ahead of my travel to to COP30. Among them were asks about our plans for our clean energy transition. Can the Secretary of State outline to the House what Labour's plans are for clean power by 2030, alongside our world-leading NDC for 2023, and how we're encouraging other countries into acting on the climate crisis?
Well, can I welcome, I should have done this earlier, can I welcome the fact that my honourable friend and other honourable members on all sides of the House were at COP30, because British government representation is important, but so is British parliamentary representation, and the more cross-party it is, as far as I'm concerned, the better. On her point about the NDCs, I think this is an important point. Our NDC, our 81% reduction, is based on the carbon budget passed by Boris Johnson in the run-up to COP26. So we've taken that target in good cross-party tradition and legislated and put it forward as part of the UN framework. And of course, clean power by 2030 and driving ahead with our plans on clean energy, for the more than 50 billion investment pledged in clean energy, all of that is absolutely a crucial contribution to this. And Britain's leadership on these issues is recognised and gives us more power in these discussions and negotiations.
Sir Christopher Chope.
Madam Deputy Speaker, isn't it a cruel confidence trick to suggest that 1.5 degrees C is still achievable when it manifestly isn't? Earlier this month, the International Energy Agency confirmed 2.9% by 2100 as being its central scenario, and said that 2.5% increase by 2050 was totally unrealistic and unachievable. So wouldn't the government be better spending our taxpayers' money on adapting to the realities, increasing resilience, and also ensuring that we improve our flood defences and so on, and prepare for the inevitable, instead of continuing to punish the British people?
Secretary of State.
I've had this exchange with the honourable gentleman before. He's too pessimistic. Look, if we'd taken that approach before, we'd have been heading for 4 or 5 degrees of global warming. And yes, it's true that the central scenario is somewhere between 2.3 and 2.5, depending on which figures you look at. But the whole point is to bring the numbers down. And look, people talk about negative tipping points, and we're right to be worried about those, and I'm afraid that's why we can't just sort of let it all happen, because it would be a disaster. But we should also think about positive tipping points. If you look at what's happened on solar energy, for example, in the last decade, we've way exceeded the forecasts that the IEA and others had, and we need to move towards those positive tipping points as well. And the other point I'd make to him, I'm not giving up on 1.5 degrees, but I'd also make this point to him. Every fraction of a degree that we reduce warming will save many lives across the globe, will prevent many disasters, and also reduce the costs that future generations face. So I actually agree with him about investing in adaptation, but we've got to do both.
Rosie Writing.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For a long time, there has been a consensus on the need to take action against climate change in this House. So it is disappointing and saddening to see the Secretary of State and members on these benches and the Lib Dems have to come to this House and defend a position that we used to share. I was proud to be at COP with my honourable friends, a member for Stratford and Bow and a member for West Bromwich. I also want to wish a happy birthday. To see the UK negotiators and ministers taking a leading role in that action to protect my generation and generations to come. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that Reform UK's dangerous anti-climate politics show that with them our future is at risk?
I think my honourable friend spoke incredibly well about this issue, and I think it is worth just pausing for a moment and recognising what she said, which is, it used to, ever since I've been involved in this, dating all the way back to my, I call him my nemesis, David Cameron, there was a competition in this House for climate ambition. And that was good, and that was recognised across the world. And that was when the Conservative Party won elections. And so I do think that there's something important, really important here that my honourable friend says. The sooner we can get back to that, the better. I don't think the British people do want a culture war. on climate. They don't want an imported US-style culture war, and the sooner the Conservative Party recognises that, the better.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Increasing the sustainability of agriculture is a vital part of action on climate change and was particularly relevant at a COP held in the rainforest, which is under pressure from farming. Can the Secretary of State outline the discussions he had at COP on agriculture, and will he work with his colleagues in DEFRA to reverse this government's mistakes and provide UK farmers with the financial support they need to play their part?
Well, we're making big investments in farming and agriculture, but I do also want to take this opportunity to, in answering the Honourable Lady's question, to pay tribute to my two honourable friends who are with me on the front bench from DEFRA and from DESNES, who were part of these negotiations and discussions, including on agriculture, including on the question of methane. And actually, the UK produced its methane action plan in the run-up to COP, and methane is a real area. Methane reduction is a real area where we can make quick progress, which can actually have real benefit in bridging the gap to 1.5 degrees. So there were definitely extensive discussions on that. The world did make progress on methane, and it's something that we will keep working on in the months ahead.
Billington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the Right Honourable Gentleman wouldn't necessarily like me to remind him that it was 16 years since the first COP he attended with me, which was significantly less successful than the one this year. But I commend him and his hard efforts over all of that time in managing to demonstrate the UK's leadership on climate change. Yeah. That cannot be underestimated, and despite what some of the benches opposite think, we make a difference by demonstrating what is possible in terms of climate actions here at home. Where we lead, others follow. So for that reason, my right honourable friend also knows how important nature is in contributing to tackling climate change, and how much our constituents value nature at home and abroad. And in that light, financing is important, especially maintaining the amount of funding in the new international climate finance budget for nature projects. Can he confirm that a third of the new budget be spent on nature projects, with half of this spent on protecting forests?
Secretary of State.
Well, my honourable friend reminded me how old I am, for which I am grateful. And look, she's right to say, it is interesting because at various points in the middle of the night, Friday into Saturday, I couldn't help feeling a sort of slight sense of Copenhagen PTSD because I thought we were heading for no agreement. And one of the things I consoled myself with was actually the world is so much further forward than it was at the time of Copenhagen when that summit foundered. Look, on her points about international finance and nature finance, the really, really important, well-taken points. We've maintained, despite the difficult fiscal circumstances, the 11.6 billion over 5 years in the ICF. We're going to be making new announcements in the coming months, but the point she makes about nature and climate going together and protecting nature and tackling the climate crisis going together are very well taken.
Esther McVeigh.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What commitments were secured at COP30 from the countries responsible for the highest amounts of carbon emissions, China, US and India, to reduce their emissions, given their leaders, Xi, Trump and Modi, couldn't even be bothered to attend? Or did those countries fail to commit to reducing their carbon emissions and to phase out their use of fossil fuels, allowing instead the Secretary of State to walk his ideological path of net zero, which is destroying the UK's industrial and manufacturing base and pushing our population into poverty with ever higher energy bills?
Well, I definitely disagree with the last part of her question, because actually net zero is the greatest economic opportunity that we have, and indeed that's why we're going to create 400,000 new clean energy jobs by 2030. But on her first part of her question, which is really important, let me answer her directly. China, I would like them to go further, but has for the first time, as I said in my statement, announced an absolute reduction in its emissions. And it's really important to understand this. Now, I think they could go further, but this is a very, very significant moment. When I was at this 15 years ago, the notion that China would have had an absolute emissions target, never mind that they would be cutting their emissions, was frankly fanciful. And on India, I actually did an event with the Indian minister, and India, again, they could go further, but they have reached their target to have 50% of their electricity supplied by non-fossil fuel sources 5 years. She's shaking her head. I mean, I asked her, she asked the question, I'm answering it. 5 years early. So the notion that no other country is acting is frankly wrong.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It frankly baffles me to see objections to global and national action on climate change, not least because of the climate emergency, but also because the opportunity it brings to our country. In my constituency of Morecambe and Loonsdale, we've had good clean energy jobs for decades through Heysham 1 and 2 nuclear power station. And, you know, I keep pushing for Heysham 3. And does the Minister agree with me that these agreements at COP30, the government's actions on climate change, are an opportunity not only to fight climate change, not only to create good jobs, but also to improve living standards in our country and across the globe?
I mean, 100%, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know, for all of what the people opposite say, the net zero economy, according to the CBI, is growing 3 times faster than the economy as a whole. There is a reason why China, India, all these other countries are driving into clean energy because they see it as a massive economic opportunity. And the people opposite would say, well, let's just rip up that economic opportunity. And frankly, that would be a betrayal, not just of young people in the future who will look at them and think, well, what about our future? But also people today who want these good jobs.
Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Right across the world, there are people whose day-to-day lives are being destroyed by the impacts of climate change and associated industrial activity. From the indigenous tribes of the Amazon, seeing their rainforest home destroyed around them, to island peoples in the Pacific whose nations will literally cease to exist as water levels rise. To many people looking in at COP30, it feels like developed nations are taking a somewhat protectionist view at the expense of millions of people. So I ask the Secretary of State, in years to come when he looks back at the COP, will he be able to say that he did absolutely everything he could for those people? Because from here, it doesn't look good for so many people who are on the brink.
Secretary of State.
I think it's an absolutely fair question, and I ask myself that question a lot, which is, are we doing absolutely everything we can, despite the global pressures and despite how difficult it is? And look, I'll sort of let the House into this, which is, I thought a lot, as it looked like we were going to end up with no deal, I thought a lot about, well, what signal will this send? But at the same time, we wanted to have as robust an agreement as possible. So, look, my answer to the Honourable Gentleman's very, very legitimate question is yes, we are trying to do absolutely everything we can. It's hard because 190-something countries are all wrestling with their own dilemmas and constraints, but he's absolutely right to push us to do as much as we can, because we're the generation, Madam Deputy Speaker, that both knows the scale of the crisis that confronts us and has a chance to do something about it. And future generations will have less opportunity to do anything about it because it will be set, the pathway will be more set, and so he's absolutely right to push us.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was absolutely clear meeting international colleagues at COP30, the extent to which the UK's track record on this and the policies of this government are hugely respected, and we're right to reflect that. And actually, whilst there was huge support for many of the steps this government's taken, there was also great respect for the steps that the previous government had taken, and I share his despair that the current version of the Conservative Party doesn't only oppose his politics, but trashes their own history, which is, in this area at least, should be a proud one. But does he agree with me that whilst I absolutely believe that we wouldn't have got the statement that we did get without his work and the work of his colleagues over there, it is disappointing we didn't get that roadmap towards the eradication of fossil fuels agreed. And on that basis, can he say what more he's going to be doing to try and bring that coalition together to get greater agreement when we get to Turkey or even before that next year round?
Secretary of State.
Well, can I first of all thank my honourable friend, the chair of the EAC, who does a really outstanding job, and also my honourable friend, who's the chair of the DESNES Select Committee too. Look, I think his observations about the Conservative Party are right. I won't add to them because he put them well. On the transition away, I mean, this is the hardest part of the negotiations, as I said. And in a sense, it's not surprising because there are countries who are extremely reliant and who are very, very reluctant. And I think in retrospect are quite reluctant about what was agreed at COP28, which is part of the difficulties we've got. I think what we've got to accept, I agree with him about continuing to push for this to be part of the negotiations. I also think we've got to accept, as I said in my statement, that part of what we did on coal, to be fair, the last government did on coal, is work with others. You know, work as much as you can inside the formal negotiations, but also work with others outside the formal negotiations to drive these issues forward. And the lesson of the COP history is that you keep pushing forward on these issues. And it's slightly 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, but you do make progress.
Sir Andrew Mitchell.
If I may focus on the international aspects rather than the domestic ones, I welcome his ecumenical approach in respect of the work of the former government. But I've been going to these COPs since Copenhagen in 2009. The last one was COP28 in UAE. And I really wonder if, at least in their current form, they are worth continuing. They are hugely expensive jamborees. Hydrocarbon interests are distorting the original aim of the COP. The wealthy countries are increasingly in the dock, but have decreasing money available. And then on the wider aspect, it's the poorest people in the world who suffer first and hardest from climate change. There is no doubt that the appalling humanitarian crisis in Darfur is exacerbated by climate change, and yet we're doing very little about that.
Secretary of State.
Well, look, I have huge respect for the right honourable gentleman and the work he did under the last government on a whole range of development and climate issues, and I really thank him for his question. I think my view of COP is a bit like the Churchill view of democracy, which is the least worst system we have. And, you know, for all of the complaints and for all of the problems with it, we are bringing 193, 194 countries together, and he will know from his experience of these COPs, there is an element of accountability at these COPs. The smallest island states can confront the big emitters. Now, it's hard, it's painful. I just say to him, because he cares passionately about these issues, you know, we sort of skated over it in these discussions, but the agreement to treble adaptation finance, which one of my honourable friends drew attention to, is significant within the NCQG that was agreed last year, is a significant development. Now, it's not as much as many of the developing countries want, and you know, when you look at the scale of need, Hurricane Melissa, etc., you can see the difficulties. But my experience, I was part of the 100 billion overall finance that Gordon Brown produced around the Copenhagen summit. Again, it was sort of hard, and developing countries complained about it being late, but it did set a bar of accountability for the developed world. So I sort of agree with him. I'm sure the process could be better, but I do think it's an important mechanism of accountability and driving progress.
Alex Serble.
Madam Deputy Speaker. It's great to see my right honourable friend back at the dispatch box once more, taking a global leading role at COP. We could have no better Secretary of State in this area. He is, and whatever the party opposite say, in the global mainstream of climate leadership. As he knows, last year at COP29, Article 6 was operationalised at last. The UK, particularly the City of London, could have a global leading role in utilising Article 6 to preserve nature, to afforest, to restore wetlands, peat bogs and marine environments. And we know that countries around the world, not just the global south, but including Ukraine, are putting Article 6 into domestic law. What more could we do in the UK to ensure that our City of London, our global finance money, is creating that natural capital through Article 6 around the world?
State.
Well, I think my honourable friend draws attention to sort of, you know, in a way, it's relatively obscure in the big sort of scheme of things that we talk about in this House, but it's incredibly important. Article 6 was agreed last year. Article 6 on carbon markets was agreed last year, I think, after a decade of effort. I want to pay tribute, by the way, to Rachel Kite, our climate envoy, who was very much part of it, and indeed Ruth Davis, the nature envoy. He is, and what's interesting about this, well, two things are interesting. One, the Brazilians launched what they call, I think, the Open Coalition on Carbon Markets to drive work on carbon markets forward, and I was part of those discussions. Secondly, something really interesting has happened, which is the idea of the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which has been called for by lots of members of this House, has actually pushed forward some of the work on carbon markets. I think I'm right in saying that 15 years ago, 7% of the world was covered by carbon markets, and now it's 28%. So I think, you know, progress is moving forward, and he's absolutely right about the potential role of the City of London in this.
Ross Savage.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like the Secretary of State and the Honourable Member for East Thanet, I am also a survivor of the COP15 in Copenhagen. I've seen just what hard work it is, and I commend the cross-party delegation for representing our country so well in Belém. However, environmental campaigners have raised concerns over the carbon budget delivery and the growth plan's reliance on unproven technologies like sustainable aviation fuel and carbon capture and sequestration. I'd like to ask the Secretary of State, how will the government ensure that the UK is not simply offshoring ecological impacts, including deforestation, or relying on fantasy future technologies on our pathway to net zero?
Well, first of all, I thank her for her advocacy on these issues now and over a very long period, which is widely recognised. On CCS, I think we'll have to, and indeed SAF, I think we'll have to agree to disagree. All of the evidence I've seen, and actually for the real sort of nerds amongst us, obviously, which I count myself one, I would strongly recommend the IEA's World Energy Outlook, which came out, I think, sometime during the COP. I've slightly lost track of when. But they look at how far are we from the net zero pathway, and they actually show that on renewables we've overachieved, but on some of these other issues we actually need to go further. And what all of the experts that I respect say is that there is no route to decarbonisation without carbon sequestration technology in different forms. So, as well as CCS being a big jobs creator. So I actually think CCS, SAF are an important part of the future. You know, technological development is part of what we need, that we've got actually existing technologies like solar and wind, which can also help us, but part of what we've seen, and batteries, but part of what we've seen is driving down the costs of those, and we need to do the same for some of these other technologies.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wasn't at COP, unlike some of my colleagues, but I'm so glad the people who were there, in particular the enduring leadership of the Secretary of State on this issue, and I'm glad he's not listening to the member from Christchurch who's no longer in his place about the idea that we should somehow be adapting to reality, because we know it is the poorest people in our societies who often pay, both at home and abroad, the ultimate price for our failure to tackle the climate crisis, one of the biggest drags on growth. It is because of the powerful leadership he's shown at COP this weekend, I have to press him, because he will know the concerns that many of us have, that at home, decisions around issues like Jackdaw and Rosebank could undermine that leadership, with developments that could lead to nearly 300 million tonnes of carbon emissions and fatally attack our ability to stick to the 1.5% increase in temperature, and also would not help the cost of living crisis. I know that there is a process ahead. Can he assure us that it is our global leadership as well as our local cost of living that will be foremost in his mind when he makes a decision on Rosebank and Jackdaw, and he will rethink them?
Well, I'm not going to comment on planning decisions. I'm going to make an overall point, though, which is this government had two manifesto commitments, which was to keep existing oil and gas fields in the North Sea open for their lifetime and not to issue new licenses to explore new fields. Those were important commitments. They're the way that we combine the just transition in the North Sea, including for North Sea communities, and making sure that we have environmental leadership, and we're committed to both of those things. And I thank my honourable friend for her wider advocacy on all of these issues.
Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable lady to learn that I wasn't the only person not invited to COP30, but I followed it closely. I was very pleased to see the emergence of the Belém 4X agreement, which committed its signatories to quadrupling the production and deployment of sustainable fuel molecules by 2035, which would include, most importantly for the United Kingdom, green hydrogen. Unfortunately, while I could find the name of Italy, and I think Brazil, obviously, and India on there, I couldn't find the United Kingdom on the agreement. Did I miss it?
Secretary of State.
Look, we're very much broadly. He didn't. I'll explain the answer to the question. We're really broadly supportive, certainly of green hydrogen and many other things that he talks about. I think our issue on biofuels is when it comes to the quadrupling of biofuels, whether it can be done in a sustainable way. And that's the work that we now think needs to be done to make sure that there are proper guardrails around these issues. But the broader point he makes about the diversification question, green hydrogen, all those things, is something we very much agree with.
Barry Gardner.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for the leadership that he has shown internationally and nationally over the past 20 years. It's been quite remarkable, and I thank him for his statement today. He will have seen over the time that's elapsed since COP26 in Glasgow the change in language that has been used. In Glasgow, at the Glasgow Climate Pact, we talked about phasing out coal, phasing out fossil fuel subsidies. We then moved to phasing down. We then moved to transitioning away. And now we have a plan, a pathway to transitioning away. And that, I'm sure, causes alarm bells to ring in his head as it does in mine. So can he tell us what he sees as the role of the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance? He spoke about the need to work with other countries for a really ambitious future, and how he proposes to do that with them.
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he has enormous expertise on these issues, which he showed with his question. BOGA, as it is known, has actually played a really important role in assembling this coalition of more than 80 countries of the global north and global south. And indeed, I was proud to be part of an event, and indeed a press event that we did with them on these issues. I think the wider point he makes is frankly just correct, which is, this is hard. And, there are countries that are resistant to this change and who thinks that previous agreements maybe went too far. And that is part of the dialogue and the discussion that is being had at these COPs. I think we do learn a lesson from what has happened on coal, though, which is that the progress the world has made on coal, including the UK, is partly reflected, well, some of it was reflected in the agreement at COP26, but part of this is actually just about these coalitions, these high ambition coalitions that formed together. And as I said earlier, in response to an earlier question, we have to do both of these things. Work in the context of the agreements, but because they rely on unanimity, you can't always get what you want, and then work in these broader coalitions.
Harpreet Uppal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it was disappointing to hear from the opposition that tackling climate change and attending COP is student politics. Clearly, it's not. It is about grown-ups coming to the table. So, can I thank the Secretary of State and his team for their work and commitment in getting the agreement at COP. And as we start looking towards COP31, can I ask how we're advancing and monitoring the domestic implementation of our NDC? And can he also set out how global agreements in COP translate to practical support for communities and businesses in Huddersfield? Thank you.
Secretary of State.
Well, my honourable friend, I think, made a very important point in her opening question, which I'll let the House absorb. On the specific questions she makes, we have very important carbon budget monitoring system within government. I do think it's important to say that at the same time as the opposition says they want to rip up the support, the act that they supported, that David Cameron supported, and David Cameron actually had a hand in helping shape from opposition, is something that so many countries around the world still want to ask us about and still want to work out how to emulate, which is quite sort of head-spinning, really. On her point about her constituents, she's absolutely right about this, and in so many different ways we want to support her constituents, because this isn't just about future generations, it's about good jobs today, it's about cutting bills, it's about helping community organisations putting solar panels on their rooftops, it's about schools and hospitals, it's about all of those things, and bring the benefits to clean energy to her community and communities across Britain.
I will be finishing this statement within the next 10 to 15 minutes, so if members and the Minister could keep their answers and questions short. Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're at a pivotal moment in the climate crisis, and COP30 showed us the fossil fuel industry and their political cheerleaders doing their very best to derail action. I thank the Secretary of State for his work, and I have two questions on points he raised in his statement. First, on finance, he said ambition must be matched with finance, and yet the UK has not contributed to the Tropical Forest Facility or the Just Transition Mechanism. Is it not time for the UK to put its money where its mouth is on this? And second, on the point of transition away from fossil fuels, the UK faces a defining test, Rosebank. Will he reject the Rosebank oil fields and fully back the just transition our country needs?
On the second point, I referred the answer I gave to my honourable friend. Look, on the first point, I think she's being a little bit unfair, to put it mildly, on the UK. We led the process of agreeing an ambitious NCQG last year on overall finance. We were part of an agreement that saw the trebling of adaptation finance by 2035 as part of this agreement, targeting those resources. She knows the fiscal situation that we face as a country, but I want to say to her very, very clearly, and to all members of this House who take an interest in these issues, we absolutely have not ruled out contributing to the TFFF in the future.
Tulip Sadiq.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State will know my constituents in Hampstead and Highgate well, and will know that climate change is a huge concern for them. And they're particularly concerned that during the time of COP, the government is talking a lot about tackling climate change, but all year round it falls off the agenda. So could you reassure my constituents that this is an ongoing commitment from the government to tackle climate change, but could he also reassure my constituents that the agreed roadmap for fossil fuels is not going to become somehow a loophole for climate inaction?
Well, she asked a good and important question about keeping this on the agenda all year round. And I think, the thing I'd say to her is that this is partly about, obviously, international negotiations, but it is as much about the work that we do at home. And whether it is announcing new SMRs in North Wales, showing the jobs that come from tackling the climate crisis, or putting solar panels on the roofs of schools and hospitals, it's all part of this argument about that this is the route, not just to the right thing for future generations, but the right thing for today's generations. On her point about the fossil fuel roadmap, we will work with Brazil on this, and I assure her it won't be the thing she fears.
Klinos Medi.
And can I start by thanking the Secretary of State for the recent decision on SMR at Wilbur. To stay committed to the goals of the Paris Agreement, we also need to speed up the rollout of technologies such as marine energy. Ynys Môn is the home to the world-leading tidal stream, community-owned modellised project. However, developers require a strategic vision from this government to develop at pace. Can the Secretary of State consider setting a £40 million tidal stream and a £7 million wave energy ring fence in the next renewable auctions, as advocated by the UK Marine Energy Council?
Secretary of State.
Okay, so I thank the honourable lady for her support for the SMR fleet in North Wales. I think it was a really important announcement that we made. My honourable friend, the Energy Minister, who's not here, is very much involved with the Marine Energy Council. We've been proud in previous auctions to support tidal energy, really has an important role. It's obviously a more expensive technology at the moment. We need to drive its costs down, and I will pass on her request to him, and I'm sure he'll get back to her.
Joe Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I commend the Secretary of State for his ongoing commitment to fighting the scourge of climate change in the face of rising denialism. I was really pleased to hear him leave the door open to future contributions to the G-F. Could he just spell out a little bit more around the circumstances where those might come, just to reassure me and my constituents who are deeply concerned that didn't come forward at this COP?
Secretary of State.
I think, though, that would be telling, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think these are sort of discussions that we need to have with colleagues across government, including in the Treasury, as we look at the ICF programme and other programmes in the future. But I do want to sort of reassure my honourable friend. We are proud to have worked on the TFFF over all of the time of this government, indeed part of the time under the previous government. We do think it's a very, very innovative financing mechanism, and we are absolutely serious about keeping a future UK contribution under review.
Carla Lockhart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we all believe in keeping our planet sustainable and being good custodians of our environment. What most people do not agree with is the madness of net zero and the astronomical cost to the taxpayer for minimal impact on a global scale, and the damage that unachievable targets are having on agriculture and manufacturing. Can the Energy Secretary tell us what he is doing to ensure sustainability, given the 6 tonnes of CO2 he is supposed to have emitted as a result of 2 flights to Brazil to be part of the COP30, along with 56,000 others, the £1,250 a night hotels, and the estimated £22,000 on flight costs? It would appear to most of the general public to be do as I say and not as I do.
I couldn't disagree with the Honourable Lady more on this, because honestly, this is a really important point. Either we engage on the global stage, either we engage in international action, or we don't. We are 1% of global emissions. Unless we engage with the countries that produce the other 99% of global emissions, we're never going to keep our country safe. And the truth is, we just don't look into the crystal ball, look at the record. 30 years of COPs have reduced global warming forecasts from 4 degrees, indeed 5 degrees, to something like 2.3 to 2.5. It's about multilateralism. It's about working with others. And that is so important. And I honestly say, you know, this is about your view of Britain. Are we a small, shriveled country that can't have any sway, or are we a country that can engage and stand tall on the global stage? That's what I believe.
Abtisam Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for his update and commend his continued leadership on this issue. I also welcome the conference's focus on strengthening multilateralism, including creating the Belém mechanism for a just global transition. But beyond the walls of the conference, here in the UK, we do need to be moving away from oil and gas much faster. The UK's 4 biggest banks continue to finance polluters, and the drilling licence for Rosebank still hasn't been rejected. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that it should be the big polluters subsidising the taxpayer in our climate response and not the other way around?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'll be brief. I encourage my honourable friend to contribute to the consultation we're having on transition plans for financial institutions and large companies, because that is an important part of making sure, because she raised the issue of the banks, important part of making sure that the investments that are being made are aligned with net zero and the wider argument around tackling the climate crisis. She makes an important point.
Monica Harding.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, other countries in straitened fiscal circumstances did pledge to the Tropical Forest Fund forever. So can the Secretary explain why the government failed to commit a single penny, despite the fund being designed and conceived with British minds? There was even talk of it being headquartered here in the city, and not a penny of odour was being used. It damages our climate credibility, it damages our relationship with Brazil and with our own future generations. So could the Secretary of State tell me what I should say to school children in my constituency of East and Walton who do student politics, who ask me to go to Belém to help save the rainforest? What should he say to them?
Well, I think she should tell her constituents that we played a big role in helping devise the TFFF, that we have absolutely not ruled out contributing to it in the future, and we are determined that this fund succeeds. And as I've said in answer to earlier questions, the question of a UK contribution is something we'll obviously be keeping under review.
Olivia Blake.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his clear leadership in vast contrast to the Shadow Secretary today, who I have to say I was very dismayed to hear their comments, which was offering a complete dereliction of duty to future generations and following others' failures of leadership rather than showing leadership. And I warmly welcome the role that the UK played under the Secretary of State's leadership in championing the roadmap for fossil fuel phase out. But there is an elephant in the room. Will the government continue that leadership by ruling out extraction of Rosebank?
Secretary of State.
Again, on that question, I refer to the answer I gave some few minutes ago. Just on the wider point, I think my honourable friend makes just a really important point. Are people going to look back in 10 years' time or 20 years' time, and I think all members of the House should ask this, are they going to say, why were they going on about that climate change business? That all turned out to be a passing fad. Well, I don't think so. Or are they going to be saying, actually, they were the generation that had the opportunity to act, why weren't they doing more? I think the latter is much more likely than the former.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the Secretary of State not see the irony of 53,000 people, about 400 from each of the participating countries, flying to Brazil, landing on airfields cut out of the tropical forest to discuss, of all things, the reduction of CO2 emissions in the atmosphere? And then, of course, they reach the conclusion that in order to keep our homes warm and our economies ticking over, we still need oil and gas. He has talked about the vulnerability of the UK depending on foreign sources of fuel. Why then does he resist and block the use of the plentiful gas and oil resources that we have in our economy, which could generate jobs, raise tax revenue, cut costs and reduce imports?
I'm afraid I just don't agree with the honourable gentleman. He and I have been having this disagreement for 20 years. On the first question, that's the thing I'll concentrate on. The truth is, if we disengage from the world, and I say this to him in all honesty, if we disengage from the world, it will not serve Britain's interests, it will harm our interests. That when you think about all of the problems that the world faces, all of the issues, including the climate crisis, but not limited to it, multilateralism, working with others, is the only solution. And so the idea that because it involves travel, we shouldn't engage in something like the COP, honestly, just seems to me to be very, very mistaken.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Leadership at home, leadership globally, and now we need leadership on the fossil fuels roadmap. And I'm sure my right honourable friend will play a pivotal role within that in setting the terms of reference and obviously the scope and ambition. It's really important to build the industrial strategy to ensure that we can see that just transition for so many countries. How will he lead this opportunity for our country and others to ensure that fossil fuels is the focus leading into COP31?
My honourable friend makes a really, really important point, and I'll concentrate on the sort of first bit of her question, which is, this is very much about the just transition. And look, 70,000 jobs were lost in the North Sea under the last government, and they didn't put in place the alternatives. That's why our investments in carbon capture and storage, in offshore wind, in electricity networks, and all of those things are absolutely crucial to provide the jobs of the future, as well as having North Sea oil and gas fields open for their lifetime. You need to do both of those things, and that's what this government is determined to do.
Final question, John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. During a stimulating discussion with the highly informed students of Ashlawn School in Rugby yesterday, I mentioned COP30 as an example of how global politics is highly relevant to them. So does my right honourable friend agree that strong British leadership at multilateral negotiations is part of a rebalancing that is more important than ever, preferencing the interests of the younger and future generations and giving them meaningful agency in our world?
I think this is a very good point to end on, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the students at Ashlawn School for their interest in this issue. And, with the greatest respect to all members of this House, the young people at that school are going to have to live with the consequences of the decisions we make for much longer than us. I intend to live for a long time, but nevertheless, they are the people who are going to have to deal with these consequences. And we owe it to them to focus on how we can do everything we can to tackle this issue. And just to end on this point, he is absolutely right. The only way we do that is by working with other countries, by putting our faith not in letting each other sink or swim, but in multilateralism. For all of its flaws, that's what this COP was about, and that's what the COP process was about. And people shouldn't despair, because actually, over 30 years, the world has made progress.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement this afternoon? Point of order, James Cartledge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I seek your guidance about a piece of so-called ministerial correspondence that I have received, the worst I have ever had the displeasure to receive as a Member of Parliament, and I'm serious, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mine is a rural constituency, and the family farm tax is an extremely serious matter. It is an existential threat to many businesses in my constituency. And earlier this month, I wrote to the Chancellor of the Exchequer setting out a serious, detailed argument about why it has such an impact. I spoke about mental health, about the wider economic impact, and I expected a reasonable reply asking her to reconsider the tax tomorrow. I received yesterday a letter that states just this. It's not a holding reply. I confirm we have shared your letter with the relevant policy officials in the department. Thank you again for taking the time to make me aware of your concerns. That is the letter, signed by the Correspondence and Inquiries Unit, HM Treasury, not a minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, is it acceptable for us to have ministerial correspondence not from ministers? Is it acceptable for it not to even go to a minister but to the relevant policy officials? And is it acceptable on such an important matter to have all of the points in it completely ignored?
Can I thank the Honourable Member for his point of order? It is disappointing to hear that the Honourable Member has not received a more substantive response to the concerns raised by his constituents. Ministers themselves are responsible for their own correspondence, and the Government's ministerial code states that ministers should, where possible, provide full and timely responses to such correspondence. The Treasury bench will have heard his concerns, but he may also wish to raise his concerns with the Leader of the House.
Point of order.
Point of order, Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. At Transport Questions, the Member of Parliament for Bridlington and the Wolds asked the Transport Secretary whether a pay-per-mile charge would be introduced, as had been reported in the Financial Times. In response, the Transport Secretary said that there are, quote, no proposals to introduce a national pay-per-mile scheme. However, the government then briefed the Daily Express, claiming that the Transport Secretary had misspoken in this chamber. This directly contradicts what this House was told, and I have checked Hansard and no correction has been made. This is especially concerning given the Minister's guarantee yesterday that any important policy announcements would be made to this House. Can you therefore advise of how the Transport Secretary may be invited to return to clarify the government's true position?
I thank the Honourable Member for his point of order. He will have heard my previous response, and he will know that ministers are responsible for the accuracy of their remarks in the House. The Treasury bench will have heard his concerns, and if a correction is needed, I'm sure one will be forthcoming. On the issue of briefings to the media, and as has been said on numerous occasions from the Chair in recent weeks, major announcements should be made in this House in the first instance and not to the media. We had an urgent question on this issue just yesterday. The Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee has also been conducting an inquiry into ministerial statements and the ministerial code, and I look forward to seeing their report in due course. Point of order, Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In respect of carers' allowance, there was a significant statement briefed out by ministers overnight. This affects thousands of people up and down the United Kingdom, and yet no oral statement has been given by a minister here. Does the Deputy Speaker agree with me that the minister should come here, face questions, particularly in respect of those who may be subject to significant overpayments at carers' allowance and could be hounded over the next few months?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for having given notice of his point of order. I have not had any indication that a minister intends to come to the House to make a statement, but he has put his point on the record, and the Table Office will be able to advise him how to pursue the matter further. There are no more points of order. Dr. Andrew Murison.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to prohibit the construction of any new incinerator on which substantial building work has not already begun, to make provision about the taxation of incinerated waste, to prohibit local authorities from entering into any contract for the incineration of waste which requires them to pay financial penalties if a minimum amount of waste is not delivered for incineration and for connected purposes. Can I begin by paying tribute to colleagues from across the House who have spoken out against waste incinerators? Commendations too for the UK Without Incineration Network and local campaign groups, including Westbury Gasification Action Group, which have been a thorn in the side of the incinerator industry. For too long, too many of our constituents have lived in the shadow of waste burners that pollute the air that we breathe. This bill puts reduction, reuse and recycling principles of the waste hierarchy back into waste management. Since the landfill tax was introduced in 1996, consecutive administrations, Labour, Coalition, Conservative, have encouraged incineration and discouraged landfill. They've been helped by the burner industry, which has greenwashed its operations as energy from waste. The generation of a few tepid calories and a feeble stream of electrons has convinced Whitehall that waste burners are part of a transition to a green future and to net zero. They are not. We are allergic to putting waste in the ground, but happy to consign it to the great landfill in the sky. Out of sight, out of mind, straight into the lungs of those living downwind and straight onto the nation's carbon ledger. Not only does incineration of plastic produce 175 times as much CO2 as landfill, but the emissions per unit of energy produced from burning mixed waste is the same as coal and nearly double that of gas. It is the dirtiest way we generate electricity in this country by far. We have to change course. We tax oil, we tax gas, we have turned our back on coal entirely and are turning off taps in the North Sea. We refrain from exploiting shale deposits whilst importing LNG. Our share of global emissions is less than 1% and falling. We are more than doing our bit at considerable cost in the short to medium term at least to our economy and the people we serve. Yet we do not tax incineration, which gives off the most world-warming, health-harming emissions in return for a paltry amount of energy. A welcome inclusion of incineration in the UK emission trading scheme is necessary, but it's not sufficient. The time has come to use the same infrastructure that raises the landfill tax to levy an incineration waste tax at rates that will promote the handling of rubbish in a way that is at the top of the waste hierarchy, not at the bottom. Unfortunately, an incineration tax has not been among the kites flown in advance of the budget. But I will gladly pull my bill if the Chancellor pulls this rabbit out of the hat tomorrow. She knows we have too many waste incinerators already. The government's own analysis published in December last year confirms that. With the 50 waste burners already operational in England and Wales, we already have more capacity today than we will need in 2035. In other words, the 12 plants being built and the 41 that had been granted planning permission as of last December were already surplus to requirements. Why do we need to almost double our capacity to burn waste when the government knows it is already excessive? And where's the social justice in the way we consign the nation's waste to the atmosphere? Unsurprisingly, incinerators are cited disproportionately in poorer, densely populated places with a heavy burden of ill health. The greying monster at Edmonton, for example, which already takes waste from leafier, more favoured districts to burn in the capital, belching a cocktail of gases and ultrafine particles with uncertain health consequences across a huge swathe of North London. Having too many incinerators for the residual waste available might be tolerable if it were not for clauses in contracts between local authorities and incinerator operators that demand councils consign a minimum amount of waste for burning
to avoid financial penalties, so-called deliver or pay contracts. What happens if a council reducing, reusing and recycling waste as it should turns out not to have enough waste to feed the monstrous burner that's been foisted on their community? Waste will be imported. Of course it will. Because the monster must be fed. Geneva, of all places, trucks in waste from Milan to keep running a burner that, once built, failed to secure enough rubbish locally. The more households reduce their waste and local authorities recycle, the less waste councils will have to send for incineration. That triggers penalties under deliver or pay that they can't afford. Little wonder recycling has stalled for the last 15 years. Little wonder that where incineration rates are higher, recycling rates are lower. DEFRA figures make that abundantly clear. And it gets worse. Transitional arrangements laid last year will allow 31 waste collection authorities, including Wiltshire, to defer the separate food waste collections required from March next year under the otherwise excellent Environment Act 2021, in some cases to the 2040s. This means sending compostable waste to the burner. So we have a ludicrous situation in which councils are being actively encouraged to recycle less and even import waste just to keep running a set of wholly unnecessary incinerators that pollutes far more than it powers. This bill will outlaw importation of waste for burning, terminate deliver or pay contracts and rescind the 2021 Environment Act Transitional Provisions Regulations 2024. We must revoke planning permission for those 41 pending sites, including the monstrosity planned for Westbury in my constituency, where preliminary work has recently begun. We must immediately prohibit any more permissions and permits. The last government paused the issuing of environmental permits to new burners, the only attempt by any government to alter course in the last 3 decades. My party's manifesto last year contained a firm commitment to put a stop to them. The Welsh Labour government wisely placed a moratorium on new burners in 2021. The Scottish government did so the following year after a review highlighted the risks incineration poses to human health and the environment. The review went on to say Scotland should not construct more capacity than it needs, and only some of the currently planned capacity should be built. The government's in-principle acceptance of this bill, perhaps by launching a consultation on the future of incineration, like the 2022 Scottish review, might be enough, because it would signal to investors that the incineration game is up. It would say that if you want to be in the waste business, you must stop burning and start operating higher up the waste hierarchy. Madam Deputy Speaker, my bill calls time on one of our biggest polluters, one that is hidden in plain sight. It begins to lower the curtain on a filthy enterprise, cynically passing itself off as green because it generates a few calories, a trickle of electrons, and the promise of carbon capture at some point in the distant future. As the government's own figures show, we are already at overcapacity. Without the measures in this bill, the industry will almost double its capacity in the decade to 2035. That means the hierarchy of waste will be inverted to soak up the excess capacity. This bill ends Whitehall's obsession with incineration. It directs the UK waste industry to start operating much higher up the waste hierarchy. Tax incineration, ban deliver or pay contracts, outlaw waste imports. Above all, build no more incinerators.
Yeah. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Steve Barclay, Brian Matthew, John Glenn, Danny Kruger, Ewan Steinbank, Ben Objecti, Lee Barron, Lloyd Hatton, Robbie Moore, and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Dr. Andrew Murison.
Waste Incinerators Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, January the 16th.
Friday, January the 16th. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill, as amended in the Public Bill Committee, to be further considered.
We will begin with Government New Clause 45, with which it will be convenient to consider other new clauses, the new schedule and amendments as listed on the selection paper for Day 2. I call the Minister to move New Clause 45.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is my pleasure to open the debate on Day 2 of the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill report stage. Today's debate is concerned with parts 3 and 4 and 5 of the bill, which covers provisions relating to local government, community right to buy, local audit, and the ending of upward-only rent review clauses in commercial leases. As with yesterday's debate, I will focus my remarks on the substantive changes we made at committee and those that we have brought forward at report. Before I turn to
Marco is joining us, as you say, Emmanuel, in just a little while. And I'm really, as we meet today, and it's a good thing we is, Kyiv is recovering from another barrage last night, with more civilian homes in ruins and more innocent lives lost. Another repulsive act, another reminder for all of us, if we needed it, as to why we must come together. Because what we all want to see, and these are the guiding principles, particularly in recent days, is a permanent end to Russia's barbarity in Ukraine and a just and lasting peace. And as all colleagues on the coalition willing know, both of those words, just and lasting, are hugely important. And of course, that is what the US is working for, and I welcome the fact that progress is being made, and remind ourselves that